Chapter 293. At the same time, Amanda hid under the table as well. The dark-skinned woman had been scolded by all the generals in the room the whole day. It was impossible to expect her to save someone in a critical moment. Now that Thea was hiding under the table like an ordinary person, the two women tacitly agreed not to speak. They hid very well. The people in the meeting room were unlucky. General Ryan's Iron Will soldiers were firing like crazy. Two of the generals were hit by stray bullets. One of them was the one who mocked Thea for wearing the yellow light ring, because she was a woman. Now that she had obtained the yellow light ring, she didn't benefit much in other spells, but in terms of the use of fear, Thea would gain new insights every day. Every day, she would be able to innovate on the old spells. Seeing the guy with a big mouth get shot, Thea didn't hesitate at all and instantly cast an improved fear on the target. The previously wretched general suddenly became 100 times more courageous. He leaped towards the berserk Iron Will soldier and was hit by 3 bullets in midair. However, his sacrificial pounce was still very effective. He bravely knocked down the source of danger and bought some time. When the guards outside the door rushed in and shot the Iron Will soldier to death, the general who bravely saved his comrade had already been dead for 5 minutes. General Ryan was in a bad mood. How did he get involved in such a F***-up situation? His trusted subordinate killed a general of the United States in front of everyone. This was a tragedy that had never happened in the history of the United States. He also had enemies in the Department of National Defense. A few of them were looking at him with mischievous eyes. It was obvious that they were up to no good. Minister, Ryan ordered his subordinates to shoot and kill a respectable colleague. We have to seek justice for him. Minister, we have to punish him severely. Send him to the military court. The group of people finally got the chance to kick General Ryan while he was down. They were all excited and wanted to drag him out and execute him. Thea crawled out from under the table. As usual, she did not care about the political strife. Diana was still waiting at the hotel. Their goal was to fight until dawn. She had to get the body as soon as possible. She was in a hurry to go back. She cleared her throat. Everyone, is there anyone else who wants to test their willpower? If not, let's go back to our original question. Yes, this is more important. When General Ryan saw that he had been forced into a corner, Thea's voice had saved his life. He hurriedly voiced his support. Now, he looked at Thea with a very affectionate gaze, even more affectionate than his own daughter. The Minister of Defense did not want to deal with Ryan either. There were too many twists and turns involved in this matter, and it was best to deal with it vaguely. Hence, he went with the flow and said that they should continue discussing aliens. Thea put away the ring, and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. General Leon was in charge of strengthening the human body, and if his subordinates said that they had not been transformed, they would not believe it. After the transformation, their original reverence for extraterrestrial objects turned into fear. The leading defense minister pondered for a long time before saying into the intercom, "Get Dr. Serethstone to come to me." Not long after, a middle-aged black man in a white lab coat walked in. He was writing something on a tablet as he walked. "Call me if you need anything. I'm really busy." The black man did not take the room of generals seriously at all. He pushed up his glasses and said with a face full of displeasure, "Dr. Stone, we would like to ask about the alien corpse that was transported from Seaside City yesterday. Did you find anything?" The Minister of Defense did not have much respect for this expert who studied extraterrestrial technology. His tone was serious, as if he was ordering his subordinates. "What's the serial number?" The black doctor glanced at him with his eyes and continued to do his work. His attitude of not treating bean buns as food made the Minister of Defense's nose crooked. Damn it! He was so busy every day. How could he remember the serial number? Besides, what the hell was this serial number? This was what you called it in your laboratory. Serial number K35H97. Finally, someone resolved the Minister of Defense's awkwardness. A certain major general with good eyesight quickly checked and reported the serial number that the Black Doctor needed. The Black Doctor checked a few times, and his thick nostrils made a muffled sound similar to a humph. This corpse has no value. It's an ordinary carbon-based life form. Its physique is stronger than that of an Earthling, but its strength is limited. Judging from the cell division, it has a lifespan of about 40 years on Earth. Several generals immediately withered. If it was only a little stronger than ordinary people, then there was indeed no need to study it. The Minister of Defense also knew that the military had a lot of extraterrestrial items that were plundered from all over the world. Since it had no value, he might as well do Thea a favor and let her take it away. Miss Quinn, in that case, you can take the body. The Minister of Defense was so frightened by the gunfire that his legs were a little weak until now. He was ready to dismiss the meeting and go back to rest. But when he wanted to leave, the Black Doctor did not agree. When he entered the door, he looked at Thea for the first time and found that he did not know her. Why do you want to take it away? This is my experimental field. He thought that Thea was in the same field. Thea had recognized this guy long ago. The father of the future, Steel Bones, an expert in extraterrestrial technology for the government and military. When his son Victor Stone was seriously injured, he used the extraterrestrial technology in the laboratory to save his son's life and created the superhero Steel Bones. His technology laboratory codenamed Red House gathered all the extraterrestrial technology that could be found on Earth. It was normal that he did not like Abin Su's body now. But should she tell him about the extraterrestrial war and the story of Abin Su's brother-in-law and sister-in-law? Thea looked at the Minister of Defense hesitantly. Dr. Stone, Miss Quinn's body is to be transported back for burial. Her affairs have nothing to do with you. For such a person who was dedicated to science and technology, it was useless no matter how much power he had. The Minister of Defense covered his forehead and explained, Burial? Where are you going to be buried? Dr. Stone stopped fiddling with his tablet and looked at Thea for the first time. The Minister of Defense was helpless. When he met such a person who wanted to get to the bottom of things, he could only choose to tell the truth. Transporting back to the original planet of this body. Hearing this, Dr. Sareth Stone was stunned for a few seconds. Then he jumped up excitedly. You can go to an alien planet. Can you take me to see it? Is it in the Milky Way? How many light years is it? Thea and the Minister of Defense looked at each other and saw the speechlessness in each other's eyes. Thea meant that he should quickly pull this guy away. The minister's eyes said that he should just fool him with a few words. Dr. Sareth Stone ignored the strange looks around him and ran to Thea excitedly, almost squeezing Amanda. He swiped a few times on the tablet and asked expectantly, Do you know these words? Chapter 294. Yes, it's a language from planet Syria. It's about. With the help of the Light Ring's translation function, Thea could understand all the languages in the universe that could provide fear and emotion. Naturally, she could understand the language in front of her. What's it about? Dr. Silas Stone asked anxiously. He had spent 3 days deciphering the language without eating or drinking, but until now, he still had no clue. Thea glanced around and took in the expressions of everyone in the room. Embarrassed, she said, It's about how to reproduce more efficiently. They used some kind of tool to make it more efficient. Many words could not be translated in Earth's language. Thea explained ambiguously. Reproduce. The word entered everyone's ears and filtered the information through their brain. Those who reacted quickly looked at Dr. Silas Stone and smiled without saying a word. Those who reacted slowly were still pondering. Dr. Silas Stone stared at the tablet in his hand in disbelief. Then he thought of the cylinder that he had been studying for 3 days. His son was already in his teens. It was easy for him to understand. Damn it! What happened to the high-tech aliens? The originally sci-fi scene suddenly turned into an indescribable object. The huge psychological difference made him almost run away. He calmed himself down. This was the only good thing about being black. He coughed lightly and said, "Then, can you help me take a look at these words?" Thea patiently chatted with him. For a while, she had to admit that the country was really powerful. Many of the languages were lost in the universe. Without the help of the light ring, not many people could translate them. The people who collected the information gathered all the information they did not know. Thea even saw a stone slab that recorded a powerful spell. It was a pity that she could not see the full text. She just said that she did not know anything about magic and told him about aliens. Dr. Silas Stone was dissatisfied with her perfunctory attitude and refused to let her go. Thea had to use her trump card. The aliens will be here soon. Don't waste time. Can you bear the responsibility if something happens? The shocking pot scared the Black Doctor. He muttered in his heart, "Is it that serious?" However, seeing that the generals in the room were very serious, he could only keep his doubts to himself and take Thea to retrieve the body. With the help of official business, Thea finally walked into the Red Room, a not-so-famous laboratory. Through the function of the lantern ring, she silently looked around. There were many good things, but most of them were technologies from nearby star regions. Unfortunately, only half of the particle booster remained. The strong, magnetized, rotating core power amplifier had a large burn hole at the input interface. The white noise impact cannon, the weapon that would become famous in the future, was nowhere to be seen. Many things were casually piled together without any apparent purpose, making the room seem a little cramped. Thea looked around and realized that most of the items were abandoned. There were only a few that could be used. "This is the Red House. You must be kidding me," she asked in confusion. "This is your laboratory?" Dr. Stone replied casually, "Yes, but it won't be for long." Thea turned to look at General Ryan, who had followed them here. There was a hidden meaning in his words. Their laboratory has spent too much money, but it has not produced any results. The Department of Defense has ordered them to move out of Washington to other cities. This site will be left to a more valuable research team. General Ryan's lips curled up slightly. It was obvious that he was very proud. Thea nodded and did not say anything. It wasn't hard to guess what had happened. It was nothing more than General Ryan wanting to start his own human enhancement experiment, so he demoted Dr. Stone, who hadn't produced any results, to the point that he was useless. He was even kicked out of the Pentagon. Every year, the country provided the same amount of research funding, but there were fewer monks, so naturally they could eat their fill. If nothing unexpected happened, Dr. Stone would take his team to Detroit to rebuild the Red House laboratory. Once he was out of Washington's control, his research funding would definitely be greatly reduced. Could the Quinn Corporation inject funds and get a share of the results? All of this was still far away. Thea did not show any signs of urgency. She calmly followed them inside. The process of finding Abinsu's body was not smooth at all. The body was dismembered into 108 pieces like a jigsaw puzzle. 7 or 8 experimenters struggled for half an hour before they barely pieced together a human figure on the table. Looking at the more than 100 pieces, Thea looked at General Ryan gloomily. "General, Is it really okay for me to take away such a body? General Ryan, the father-in-law of the future Superman, kept rubbing his head. He was a little speechless. Thinking about it from another perspective, if Russia and the other indescribable countries dismembered him into more than 100 pieces and sent him back to the United States, they definitely didn't want to express their peaceful relationship as brothers. Which one of you dismembered him like this? What should I do? Send someone to explain it to me. Thea actually had a way to deal with the body. She could not simply draw a few magic circles to bring him back to life, but it seemed that she could still restore his flesh and blood. However, she was not going to leave so easily. At least, she wanted some benefits. General Ryan was silent, as if he did not hear anything. Several experimenters whispered to each other, "Explain? Explain to whom? Explain to whom?" Dr. Stone explained the situation to a few people in a low voice. Needless to say, the people hired in his laboratory were all very scientific. When they heard that they could go to outer space, their eyes lit up. However, soon, the harsh reality poured cold water on their heads. The few of them looked at Abin Su, who had been dissected into 10 by 10 pieces of meat. Was this a problem that could be solved by explaining? Dragging such a body to outer space? Are you sure you are not declaring war, but returning the body of a brave warrior? They waved their hands desperately. One said that he was going back to his hometown to get married next month, while the other said that his father had just died, and he could not leave. To be honest, Sareth Stone was very tempted. However, he was stopped by his loyal students. "You'd better stay on Earth." After haggling with them for a while, she received a lot of military orders and a promise to organize the science and practical department of the Quinn Group to visit the Red House laboratory. Then Sia took a big bag and put the body away. Leaving the Pentagon alone, she flew into the sky under the cover of the night. When she returned to the hotel, Diana was waiting for her. Thea threw the body into the dimensional ring and told the moose not to eat it. Thea started a new round of competition with Diana. Thea jumped up and used the KGB fighting skill to clamp Diana's neck with her legs. Diana did not show any weakness. She used the Sambo self-defense skill, clamped Thea's head with her legs, and fell to the ground. "I won't lose." Thea's voice came from between her legs. It was a bit distorted. "My body's endurance is much better than yours. You're going to lose." Diana announced her victory in advance. Chapter 295. Both of them tested each other's strength. Diana's stamina was unparalleled. With her warrior's physique, it shouldn't be too difficult for her to defeat Thea, who was an archer and a sorcerer. However, Thea had been baptized by the yellow light ring, and her spirit had become much stronger. She gritted her teeth and persevered until Diana couldn't hold on any longer. Both of them reached a new height amidst the intense trembling of their souls. "Wake up, wake up." Diana shook Thea, who was sleeping like a little pig. After a full 10 minutes, Thea, who had overdrawn her spirit, finally recovered. She slowly sat up on the bed. She had used up too much of her stamina and spirit last night. She had used up a bar of HP and a bar of MP to kill the big boss Diana, who had a huge amount of HP. She was too weak compared to Diana. When she got back, she had to ask Damien if he managed to steal the sword. Thea put on a few clothes and went to the roof of the hotel to get some sun to replenish her stamina. After half an hour, she was surprised to find that her spirit had increased slightly. It was amazing. This was something that had never been mentioned in any spell book. Doing that kind of indescribable thing could increase one's spirit. It was very good. For the safety of mankind and the peace of the universe, she had to do it more often in the future. She had to treat it as a social responsibility and maintain the quality and quantity of it in the long run. After regaining her energy, Thea called room service and ordered breakfast. The two of them ate like crazy. "We'll go to Ura later. Treat it as a honeymoon." Thea announced the itinerary for the next few days in a domineering manner. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to handle such a shocking itinerary. Fortunately, Diana was not an ordinary person. She nodded. "I've never been to another planet before. Is the universe really that big? Earth is only one planet in sector 2814. Thea patted her chest. "Don't worry, there are not many people in the universe who can beat you." Diana didn't know that Thea was speaking from the bottom of her heart. She thought that Thea was praising her. She couldn't help but raise her eyebrows and smile happily. When the two of them were about to leave, they discovered an awkward fact. The water content in the room was a little higher than normal. There were many water stains on the carpet and walls, and they looked very fresh. The two of them were not ordinary people, so naturally the water content was also extraordinary. If left alone, some of it could exist for a very long time. Diana, who was a little embarrassed, naturally pulled out the fire god's sword and tried to roast the crime scene again. Thea hurriedly stopped her from doing such a ridiculous thing. If the god of fire knew that she was using his sword to do such a thing, would he come out of his god's kingdom? Psychics or full-leveled warriors like Diana with godly equipment could do nothing about this situation, but Thea's variety of means showed its value at this time. Water extraction. She placed 3 water balls in the room. The room was as dry as an oven, and a slightly turbid water ball was gathered in Thea's palm. How to deal with this water ball was difficult for the two of them. Diana was a little evasive and didn't dare to look into her eyes. Thea was also in a dilemma. Both of them had divine power in their bodies, and the energy in this water ball was not low. It would be awkward if it was used by bad people to strengthen them. A ball of indescribable water was purified and injected into a human body, and then this strengthened human fought a clone made of Superman's hair and blood. Just thinking about that scene made one's hair stand on end. For the safety of mankind, it was simply put it away. Thea took out a small bottle and poured all the liquid into it. Diana almost bit her tongue. Shouldn't this thing be poured down the drain? Thea was reasonable. We can't be so selfish. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. We have the responsibility and the obligation to contribute to the safety of the earth. A bunch of nonsense barely dispelled Diana's concerns. The two of them decided to withdraw the water at any time when they sparred in the future, to avoid giving bad people a chance. The two of them cleaned up the crime scene, checked out, and left. They came to a place where there was no one and flew out of the atmosphere. Thea opened a wormhole, and the two of them left the Milky Way. Of course, they wouldn't go to Ura directly. It was a little dangerous to bring along Abin Su, who was more than $100. Green Light was definitely not a match for Diana in a one-on-one fight, but he couldn't stop them in numbers. With hundreds of people swarming up, there weren't many in the universe who could beat them. They found a planet with signs of intelligent life, and the two of them stopped. Thea wanted to restore Abinsu's body, or at least look like a human. Diana, on the other hand, took the lasso and studied intelligent life with nothing to do. After busying for 2 hours, Thea wiped the sweat from her forehead. This Abinsu looked much more complete. In order to show that he was killed by the parallax demon, Thea punched a big hole in the intact body. She had as much yellow fear energy as she wanted, and the wound was faked perfectly. After putting the body back into the space ring, Thea turned around to look for Diana. She found that the girl was in a good mood. She caught an animal that looked like a mix of a rabbit and a dog, and was questioning it. The wisdom blessed by Athena was not a joke. After talking for a while, Diana could roughly speak the other party's language. It could be seen that Diana was really happy. Without the so-called mission of protecting the Earth, Diana really didn't have any happy moments. They were now out of the Milky Way. The heavy responsibility on her shoulders suddenly disappeared, and her spirit and appearance were much lighter. The original plan to quickly rush to Ura was put on hold. Thea had contacted Sinisto before, and when he learned that his old friend's body had returned home, he was very happy to welcome the two of them to Ura as guests. Earth was not a big deal, and Star City was very safe. Thea decided not to use the wormhole, and let's slowly fly over by spaceship. Diana said that she was not willing, but her body was very honest and followed her to start this space trip. Thea's ring could translate all languages, and Diana's strength could even sweep through some high-tech planets. The two of them leisurely took spaceships and continued to move towards Ura. There were warm and hospitable races, and naturally there were space bandits who relied on the strong to bully the weak. This was the opportunity for Diana to show her might. When she first left Earth, she was a little unconfident, but when the trip entered the second month, her confidence was almost full. There was no one in this universe who could fight, but on a certain evil planet, a group of creatures that didn't seem to be half a meter tall taught her a lesson. A giant main cannon, disguised as a mountain peak, completed charging without the two of them noticing. Fortunately, Thea activated the wormhole in time to escape. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. In the subsequent operations, the two of them restrained themselves a lot and finally arrived at Ura 3 months after leaving Earth. Chapter 296. Of course, the one who received them was Sinisto. Welcome to Ura. Sinisto was familiar with Thea, but his focus was on Diana. She was full of heroic spirit, and her whole body was brimming with power. She stood there like a sharp sword, sharp, cold, and full of a murderous aura. Sinisto was a little dumbfounded as he took a closer look. There was no light ring, no technological equipment, and no need to amplify her emotions 10 times or 100 times. This woman's fighting spirit was about to overflow. Were Earthlings this terrifying? The two did not fight, but based on his intuition, Sinisto felt that he might not be able to defeat this black-haired woman. Seeing Diana intimidate the unruly Sinisto, Thea was quite beautiful. She took out Abinsu's body from her space ring and placed it in a crystal coffin on a planet she passed by, looking at it from the outside. It looked quite good. Sinisto gently stroked the coffin. He still respected this old friend of his who had fought alongside him for many years. He nodded to express his gratitude and brought the two to the Green Lantern Corps' cemetery. Knowing that Abinsu was going to be buried, many Green Lanterns came to offer their condolences. The Green Lantern Corps fought all over the universe, and it was really a luxury to have their bodies recovered for burial. Many people expressed their gratitude to Thea for returning the body. How was the training? Why did you say you won't return to Earth in the future? At the funeral, Thea saw Hal Jordan, who was undergoing training on Ura and would return to his jurisdiction in a few days. However, Hal Jordan was very depressed and said that he did not want to return to Earth. That was why Thea asked. In the original space-time, Hal Jordan returned to Earth with the mentality that he was a superhero, but with Thea's participation, a few superheroes emerged. His little tricks were nothing. In his mind, Earth was very safe, and he did not want to cause trouble. After explaining a few words to Thea and preparing to leave, Sinisto came back with a sad look in his eyes. Although his relationship with Thea was not considered friendly now, it was no longer as stiff as before. You're definitely not just returning the body, right? Is there anything else? Sinisto already had some understanding of this Earthling woman. Unlike Hal Jordan, who had been trained by him, this husky was an innocent child without any ulterior motives. Thea, on the other hand, was completely different. She would never do anything that did not benefit her. It had to be said that Sanisto had pretty much guessed Thea's mentality. She originally only wanted to befriend the Green Lantern Corps, but after meeting Boston Brand a few days ago, she changed her mind slightly. It's like this. I found a very interesting person a few days ago. I think he's very suitable for the Yellow Lantern Corps. Could it be the woman beside you? Sanisto looked at Diana from the corner of his eyes. She was so strong even without a light ring. He definitely could not let her enter the army. Otherwise, who would be the leader? He quickly thought of an excuse to reject her. How could Thea let Diana wear the yellow light? She immediately rejected. No, she's my lover. She has nothing to do with the army. Hearing that it was not Diana, Sanisto heaved a sigh of relief. His expression softened considerably. Is he an Earthling? Thea thought for a moment before answering. He was an Earthling when he was alive. I'm not sure where he's from now. An Earthling when he was alive. Sanisto's head was full of question marks. He looked at the Light Ring's language translator to make sure it was not wrong. What did this mean? Where is he? Can I see him? Thea scratched her head. Actually, he's already here. You just can't see him. I can't see him. Sanisto had fought for the Green Lantern Corps for many years and had actually seen many enemies who could turn invisible. However, no matter how he looked, he could not see anyone nearby. However, his powerful spiritual power did sense a cold and gloomy energy to his right. Is it here? Sanisto pointed at the place he sensed and received an affirmative answer from Thea. This surprised him. With such a strong invisibility ability, the destructive power it could cause was enormous. Half a month ago, Thea returned to Earth to buy food because Diana was not used to the extraterrestrial tastes. She also took care of a few matters in Star City. Before she left, she received an email from Dead Man. After careful examination, Thea found that there was a fragment of her spiritual power in the depths of his soul. If she was not wrong, it should have been caused by the fear spell. This situation was a bit like the recognition of a master in novels. A single thought from her could completely obliterate him. Thus, the idea of taking him in as a fighter emerged. For him to find the meaning of his existence, Thea's suggestion was to become a superhero. If you want to have a physical body that can be seen by outsiders, what do you think of my yellow light ring? As long as you wear it, you can materialize your body. One ring only costs $998. After some persuasion, she gave Boston Brand the code name Dead Man and stored him in the space ring before bringing him to Ura. Sanisto had no divinity or magic, but he could rely on his powerful spiritual power to sense the existence of Dead Man. Thea was impressed. How is it? He's very powerful, right? Let him work for the Yellow Lantern Corps. Thea said frankly. Sanisto was a little hesitant. To be honest, Dead Man's ability was definitely powerful. If he had not been introduced by Thea, Sanisto would have agreed immediately. However, he really did not have a good reason to refuse. It would be a pity to give away such a powerful ability. Sanisto's ambitious mentality quickly gained the upper hand. Okay, I agree. Come back with me to my residence. I've also taken in a subordinate these few days. Let me introduce him to you. Sanisto did not know about the soul fragment. He felt that he could rely on his great talents to subdue Dead Man. The few of them flew to his residence. There's a person here? Hal Jordan, who was about to leave, also followed, but he did not see any person around. He felt a chill in his heart and asked Thea with the intention of watching a show. Yes, his name is Boston Brand. He died a few months ago when he was performing a trapeze. He's now in a state of being between life and death. Hal Jordan looked at Thea with his mouth agape. His original doubts had not been dispelled. Instead, they increased. Is there such a magical thing on Earth? This was almost beyond the limits of his imagination. In just a few months, he had gone from a pilot to a universe warrior. His worldview had been shattered a few times, but he realized that it was not shattered enough. He had to continue shattering it. The talkative Hal Jordan fell into a daze. Without him livening up the atmosphere, the rest of them were silent. Thea soon met Sinisto's new subordinate. My understanding of fear is second to none. I'm Lisa Draka, a blue-skinned woman with only a few pieces of cloth on her body, introduced herself. Chapter 297, this blue-skinned female alien, who claimed to have an incomparable understanding of fear, respected Sinisto very much. Her eyes exuded worship and adoration, almost unconcealed, as if Sinisto was a god. Her gaze was constantly wandering around him. Thea did not know much about Lisa Draka. She only remembered that she was a general of the Yellow Lantern Corps in the original space-time, responsible for training recruits. She was extremely loyal to Sinisto. The Parallax Book was controlled by her in the original space-time, and she claimed to have the powerful combat power to deal with 3 Green Lantern warriors at the same time. Unfortunately, she died before she could achieve anything. She encountered Hal Jordan and the others who had cheated. In short, she was a person with some strength and broad vision, but she underestimated her own strength. Lisa Draka was born from fear, from the blue Taroko star cluster. She has the ability to sense the fear of others. I think highly of her ability, Sinisto said straightforwardly. Thea nodded in agreement. Although this woman was a little arrogant, her strength was not bad. If she was not compared to those cheats, she would be a small boss. She understood Sinisto's intention and summoned the Parallax Book. The appearance of the giant golden book in front of them caused different reactions. Thea and Sinisto could each control fear, so the power of the giant book had no effect on them. Diana was slightly uncomfortable, but she quickly resisted it. The mental state of the dead was different from that of ordinary people. He had a piece of Thea's mental fragment, so he was immune to the power of the Parallax Book. Lisa Draka's claim to have an incomparable understanding of fear was not an exaggeration. Her face was extremely ugly, and she bit her lip hard, but she held on and did not embarrass her boss, Sinisto. Hal Jordan, who came as a spectator, was in big trouble. Countless scenes of fear echoed in his mind. Just the scene of his father's plane accident, when he was young, appeared more than 10 times. The intense fear was eroding his central nervous system. If he could not hold on, he would turn into a fool in front of everyone. Thea was shocked. They were from the same hometown on Earth, so she could not just watch him die without knowing why. If the members of the Ring of Lights could only watch, they would be pulled away if they could hold on. In the past, her spells would be at a loss in such a situation. But now that she had mastered the emotion of fear, she cast an improved version of the anti-fear spell on him. Hal Jordan finally regained consciousness. He gasped for air and lay on the ground, unable to get up. She deliberately observed Lisa Draka's expression. This woman, who used to be the boss of the world and Sinisto's number 2, didn't dare to ignore Thea, who held the Parallax Book. She lowered her head slightly to show her respect. Not bad. I agree to let her join the Yellow Lantern Corps. This was a tacit understanding between her and Sinisto. Both of them were very cautious when recruiting new members. Without Sinisto, there would be no new Yellow Lantern Ring, and without Thea, there would be no official member. However, both of them had plans for the future of the Yellow Lantern Corps. This conclusion could be drawn from the fact that they recruited new members almost simultaneously. Is there a new function in your book? Sinisto extracted the yellow energy. This energy was much larger than when they first met. The fear of the Parallax Demon was absorbed into this energy. Yes. Any intelligent creature that touches or looks at the parallax book will be intimidated by fear. Even if they manage to overcome the fear, their speed will be greatly reduced. Conquering fear will increase one's speed, and being affected by fear will slow one down. Thea explained the ability of the parallax book to Sinisto. This guy was the first person to recognize the yellow lantern ring, so the book had no effect on him at all. This book had a lot of restrictions, but if used cleverly, it could result in great results. Thea initially thought of the few weak-willed speedsters. They ran all over the mountains like wild donkeys every day, so this book was the most suitable to deal with them. After understanding the effects of the parallax book, Sinisto lowered his head to create the lantern ring and said, "Why don't you let your new subordinate fight with mine?" This guy was indeed very competitive. He never forgot to compete. Thea did not mind. She also wanted to see how strong the dead man was. She immediately nodded. "Sure, as you wish." When Lisa Dracker heard that she was going to fight, she was not afraid at all. She stood alone in the middle of the field and waited for nearly half a minute. She was completely dumbfounded. Didn't he say he wanted to fight? Where is he? Who wants to fight with me? Is he here? In fact, the dead man had already entered the field. He just did not make the first move because he saw that she was not moving. Sinisto's speed of creating the lantern ring slowed down significantly. He was also concentrating on sensing the dead man's location. He also felt that this kind of invisible enemy was too troublesome. Even if they had earth-shattering power, it was useless if they could not hit the opponent. In the face of an unknown enemy, an invisible enemy, no matter who it was, they would feel fear. Sinisto could not help but glance at Thea. The guy she had chosen really fit the Yellow Lantern Ring's motto. Only the dead man could instill fear in the enemy. "I'm fighting an invisible person?" Lisa Dracker saw her boss Sinisto's serious face and knew that he was not joking. The enemy had already entered the field. It was just that she could not see him. However, no matter how she sensed, she did not feel anything unusual around her. She looked left and right to guard against the enemy's attack. Her expression was no longer as calm as before. Although she had not put on the yellow lantern ring, she had caught Sinisto's eye not because she was brave, but because she had some skills. Lisa Dracker's expression became extremely ferocious. The veins on her forehead bulged, and her eyes rolled back. She panted heavily and looked around. Suddenly, she rapped her fist with mental strength and punched to the side. Under Thea and Diana's gaze, the dead man was sent flying more than 2 meters away by her punch. He rubbed his chin and floated in the air, seemingly in disbelief. Sinisto's expression was very smug. Thea also asked, "What's your subordinate's ability?" "I feel that her eyes are very strange." Thea relied on her eyes to make a living, so she was very sensitive to such abilities. Lisa Dracker has some ability to foresee the future. Unfortunately, it's limited. She can only foresee things related to herself in a small area for a short period of time. Since Sinisto had asked her to use it, he did not intend to hide it. To a certain extent, Thea's relationship with him was closer than his relationship with the Green Lantern Corps. There was no need to hide such obvious abilities. Thea nodded. She scoffed at Sinisto's ability to foresee the future. Lisa Dracker's ability was at most a prediction, but it was far from being able to foresee the future. Chapter 298. Not only was there a difference in their abilities, but even such a low-level prediction was a huge burden on a mortal's body. Looking at Lisa Dracker's expression, which looked like she was about to spit out her organs in the next second, it was obvious that this move was severely draining her energy and even her lifespan. Although she was Sinisto's subordinate, Thea could not let her consume so much energy. She signaled the dead man to attack and decide the outcome in one move. Having received her instructions, the dead man chuckled and jumped into Lisa Draka's body with a high platform dive. Sunisto immediately noticed the abnormality. Thea cast a magic eye on him so that he could see the battle between the dead man and Lisa Draka. Sinisto knew that Thea had some abilities beyond the light ring, so he was not surprised. He was surprised by the dead man who had half of his body in her body and was still trying to enter her body. He had a pale face, dark circles under his eyes, and was wearing a bright red bodysuit. Half of his body poked out from the blue-skinned Lisa Draka's back. At first glance, one would think that he was a deformed person. Sinisto could see because of Thea's magic, but Lisa Draka, a living alien, did not know magic. She only felt that something was desperately trying to enter her body. She knew that it was not a good thing, so she naturally tried her best to stop it. However, the dead man's move was extremely overbearing. Against ordinary people, like Nightwing, he could possess them directly. Batman's willpower was the best in the world. Although he was quickly chased out, he was still possessed for a few seconds. Now, facing Lisa Draka, whose willpower was not as strong as Batman's because he had not used this move many times and was not used to it at first, his spiritual attributes quickly suppressed Lisa Draka's defenseless soul and completed a preliminary occupation. This is too strange. Sunisto, who had seen many things, was truly shocked. This was an unsolvable ability. Even he could not think of a way to deal with it in such a short period of time, without using any combat techniques or materialization, and directly taking over the nest. Seeing his vigilance, Thea dispelled his worries. The dead man's move is very magical against ordinary people, but it lasts for a short time against people with strong willpower. Just as she finished speaking, the dead person who possessed Lisa Draka staggered a few steps forward. This woman's resistance is crazy. Thea also wanted to see how much control a dead person had, so she didn't say anything to stop him. Hal Jordan looked at Lisa Draka, trembling like a fool. Thea did not want him to embarrass the Earthlings, so she gave him a magic eye. The 4 people present could see the dead man. Lisa Draka could not, but she had experienced it the most. She did not care whether she could see it or not. She used all her strength to try to expel the dead man from her body. The two entered a long tug of war. The spirit of a dead person was far stronger than a normal person's soul, but Lisa Draka's willpower was equally strong since she had caught Sinisto's eye. The mental battle between the two was disadvantageous to her, but because it was her body, she had an endless supply of energy, so she naturally had a geographical advantage. As the battle dragged on, the powerless dead man was finally squeezed out. He was a rootless source, so what he consumed was his own spirit. At the same time, Lisa Draka was so tired that she almost collapsed. She could not maintain her predictive state at all. Sweat flowed down her blue skin. "I see. You can be expelled with a strong willpower." Sunisto was relieved when he saw this. Lisa Draka's willpower was like a baby's compared to his. If she could do it, he could do it too. However, the dead man's ability was indeed extraordinary. Anyone with a bit of foresight could see that. Sunisto was very happy that such a person joined the Yellow Lantern Corps. Not long after, the 3rd and 4th lantern rings were completed. Thea signaled for Lisa Draka to go first. Everything was the same as before. The only thing worth noting was that Lisa Draka recited the same oath that Sinisto had recited that day. After registering her name in the Book of Parallax, Lisa Draka went to the side alone to accept the knowledge of the lantern rings. There was a small problem when the 4th lantern ring was paired with the dead man. The power of the lantern ring was not for show. It could ignore the invisibility of the dead man, but there was a problem when it came to identifying the intelligent life form. The lantern ring circled him twice, but it could not determine which planet this life form came from. It could only say vaguely, Intelligent life form has been identified. From that, Boston Brand, you have the ability to inflict great fear on others. Welcome to the Yellow Lantern Corps. Thea wanted to laugh when she saw this. If the lantern ring was in human form, it would probably beat the wall when it encountered such a once-in-a-thousand-years fellow like the dead man. The dead man's oath was the same as Thea's. Thea and Sinisto looked at each other before looking away at the same time. The dead man who put on the yellow light ring immediately grasped the ability to materialize. He materialized a real person who looked 30 to 40% like him when he was alive. Although the yellow color didn't match his aesthetic, he had been a lonely ghost for so long. Now that he could be seen by others, it was already a great blessing. A little color was not worth mentioning. The lantern ring's function for him was to relive the feeling of being a human and to use fear to break down the resistance of the other party when he occupied the other party's body. The dead man who materialized touched everything and seemed to be very satisfied with the objects he could touch. Hal Jordan was a little afraid of him at first, but after a few words, they found that they were surprisingly compatible. Both of them were jerks in the beginning, but later on, they regretted their character of wanting to be heroes. They talked about women, guns, and the future, and became more and more congenial. They were just short of becoming sworn brothers. Thea stayed on Yura for 3 days and met Arlene Sue, Abinsu's sister, who was also Sinisto's wife, Solonique Natu, Sinisto's daughter, and Amansu, Abinsu's son. After receiving a lot of gratitude, Thea took Diana and a few guardians to chat for a long time. After that, she found that there was nothing to do. She had been away from home for a long time, and it was time for her to return to Earth. After saying goodbye to each of them, she went to the border of Sector 2814 with Hal Jordan. Now, Hal Jordan was full of a sense of mission, as if there was a demon king descending from the sky in his sector every day. He insisted on patrolling the sector and eliminating all threats before returning to Earth. Thea could not be bothered with such a stubborn person. She could not tell him that most of the most dangerous demon kings in the entire universe were on Earth. The other planets were really safe. As long as he took good care of Earth, the entire universe would be saved. Thea did not need any dead men for the time being. Seeing that the two of them hit it off, she let him and Hal Jordan eliminate the evil in the nearby star sector first. After all, the lantern ring had the ability to communicate regardless of distance, so anything could be contacted. Holding Diana's hand, they landed in Europe. The two of them once again walked the same path as before. Comparing their memories, they walked and stopped along the way. It was also time for them to part for the time being. "I'll visit you next week," Thea said straightforwardly. "Okay, I'll wait for you." Diana's smile was still so beautiful, clear, and without a trace of impurity. The two of them kissed and said goodbye, one to the west and the other to the south. Chapter 299. After returning to Star City, Thea was quickly surrounded by many miscellaneous matters. The first to bear the brunt was to increase cooperation with the military. Both parties tested each other and got what they needed. The military believed that they could rely on Thea, a second-generation official on the same side as them, to clamp down on more and more unidentified superheroes. Thea also needed their tacit approval to continue making friends with the upper class and weave a huge network of connections. Both parties hit it off immediately. Quinn Corporation received a huge order from the military, which indirectly raised Quinn Corporation's not-so-good reputation. It also effortlessly received the task of rebuilding Seaside City. On the other hand, Thea also accepted the title of the military's special affairs consultant and promised to help the military solve some problems within a limited range. Although Diana had been found, and the two of them met on weekends from time to spar, the construction of the temple did not stop. After all, it was the mission of the goddess of the night. Whether it was for the sake of reputation or practicality, it had to continue. Fortunately, this matter was not a big deal, but it was really not a big deal. With the tacit approval of many lobbyists and the military, the government finally officially submitted a consultation to the Turkish side. Of course, the so-called consultation was no different from an order. The Turkish side did not dare to say anything. Amidst the objections, a few joint construction teams entered the original site of the temple and began to do preliminary mapping work. Damien's plan to steal the sword had not been launched yet, but Barbara and Laurel had already left Star City. Their team had developed very quickly. Tommy, the stalker, was finally discovered by Barbara. When he learned that Laurel was also going to be a superhero, Tommy was both happy and worried. He shamelessly snuck into the originally all-female Raptor squad. Not long after, he rescued Helena, who was being chased by her biological father. The few of them fought bravely and defeated the Italian mafia. Helena, whose boyfriend was killed by her biological father, was very confused. She gave herself the code name, Huntress, and joined the small team in confusion. Thea was worried about them and flew to Gotham overnight. She saw that the team's cooperation was actually quite good. Barbara and Laurel were in charge of close combat, while Tommy and Helena were in charge of long-range combat. Among the four of them, Barbara had the most skills and experience, so she was naturally the leader. The Raptor squad officially made their debut, and the few of them had the intention to replace Batman in protecting Gotham. Everything was on the right track. Thea began to reflect on her own enhancement. Now that she was not lacking in attacking methods, her speed was also extremely fast with the help of the light ring. The only thing that troubled her was the problem of defense. The forging gods of several divine systems were all famous for forging divine weapons. Very few of them would spend their divine power to forge armor. Thea thought about it repeatedly and decided that she could only forge this armor herself. However, to use modern scientific knowledge to make an armor that could cope with future battles, even with the Atomic Man's atomic suit as a reference, the workload was still enormous. It required a huge amount of data calculations. The artificial intelligence plan from before was once again placed on the table. Regardless of whether it was to make armor or not, the artificial intelligence would provide comprehensive help to her enhancement. Thea's original plan was that with so many planets in the universe, there must be a few with artificial intelligence. However, there were too many people eyeing the Advanced Technology Laboratory in Central City, so she was ready to give up. However, after going around the various planets in the universe, she found that no matter how advanced the technology was, there was no artificial intelligence. It was only until she brainwashed the higher-ups of a certain planet that she found out that because Brainiac, a level 12 artificial intelligence robot, was too big of a threat, the various high-tech planets had formed an alliance and agreed to supervise each other and give up on the development of artificial intelligence. Earth, on the other hand, was too low-level, so no one paid attention to it. In other words, the only artificial intelligence that could help Thea and get her hands on it was Reverse Lightning, the original Gideon that was created in Central City in the 25th century by a transmigrator. Hello, Professor Snow. I'm Thea Quinn. Nice to meet you. After half a year of studying, Thea successfully obtained her graduation certificate from Princeton. Now, when she greeted people again, she finally avoided the awkwardness of graduating from high school. After all, it was an Ivy League university, so she could get a good job if she went out to apply for a job. Caitlin Snow's postgraduate studies did not take much effort. Caitlin was just 28 years old this year. Although she was qualified to teach postgraduate students, she was too inexperienced. Those who graduated from famous schools looked down on her, And she also looked down on those who came from ordinary schools. In the past few years, she had not seriously taught any students. Caitlin Snow's mother ran a large-scale pharmaceutical company. She also knew Moira. With their relationship going around in circles, plus Thea's good grades, and being a girl, she had no reason to refuse. The two of them met briefly in the coffee shop. Caitlin Snow did not have any aura at all. She looked like a yes man and was easy to bully. It was hard to imagine that she would change her personality and become the supervillain Frost Killer. The elders of both sides knew each other. There was not much difference in age, so they called each other sisters. Getting closer to Caitlin Snow was just to learn better. Sia took out a lot of questions to ask. It had to be said that Caitlin Snow's knowledge of biochemistry was very rich. She was chosen by Reverse Lightning to join the cutting-edge technology laboratory. She was truly talented. Although it was just a general conversation, it still solved many of Thea's doubts about the atomic suit. Thea thought that it was not a waste of time. And Caitlin was also very fond of her enthusiasm for learning despite being a billionaire. It could be said that both sides were very satisfied with their first contact. After learning from Caitlin Snow for less than a month, the cutting-edge technology laboratory that Thea had been looking forward to finally opened its door to her. Unlike the laboratory of the future where there would only be 2 or 3 big cats, now there was a crowd here. Everyone was busy. From time to time, there were doctors in white coats and thick, bottle-bottomed lenses discussing loudly. Many big names in the research field ignored Caitlin Snow, a newcomer. As for Thea behind her, they ignored her even more. They only cared about academic results. Thea's beauty made them despise her. She was so beautiful, she was definitely not here to do research. Only a few young interns secretly glanced at Thea, but they did not dare to look at her too much. "Welcome, Dr. Snow. Welcome to study, Miss Quinn." Reverse Lightning, disguised as Professor Harrison Wells, was the person in charge of the laboratory and received the two of them. With a graceful demeanor and a pair of glasses, he looked like a well-educated middle-aged man. Reverse Lightning grasped this role very well. There were no flaws in his facial expressions, language, movements, gestures, and so on. All the people who talked to him did not know that the original Professor Harrison Wells had died and was replaced by a time traveler from 500 years in the future. Chapter 300. Sia didn't hide her identity. It was easy to arouse suspicion if she did. She was frank and open. Those who knew her identity would naturally know, and those who shouldn't know would never know. The Quinn Group also donated funds to the cutting-edge technology laboratory. She acted neither servile nor overbearing and spoke very politely. "Dr. Wells, your place has really opened my eyes. I'm very honored to be able to study here." Her tone was mixed with a hint of arrogance, which was also what she meant. Young tycoons in Europe and America, like Adam Knight Palmer, were talented and devoted to learning, but most of them were ignorant and looked down on others. Oliver and Tommy were typical examples. The elegant Harrison Wells did not care about her arrogance at all. He smiled like a spring breeze and said, "I hope you didn't come in vain. Our laboratory is very good." After that, he shook hands with the two and ended the conversation. He had a lot of work to do. To some extent, Thea's real identity played a role in him being able to take time out to meet the two. After the person in charge of the laboratory met the two in person, they still had to work. Even if the president's daughter came, they could not afford to be idle. Caitlin Snow was assigned to the biology team. The team leader was an old virgin of African descent. When she saw their appearance, she snorted. Thea was dressed normally today, but it was hard for her appearance not to attract attention. Caitlin was a little dogmatic and strictly followed the workplace rules. When she arrived at the laboratory, she was still wearing a tight skirt and thin high heels. Plus, She looked very easy to bully. It was impossible for the old virgin to hit it off with her at first sight. From today onwards, you'll be in charge of this place. The old virgin, who looked like Pigsy's second aunt, led the two to the northwest corner of the laboratory. She pointed to a row of bungalows and then walked away with her huge hips swaying. The two looked at each other. Caitlin was not a fool. If she did not feel anything when being targeted, there must be something wrong. However, she really did not know how she offended the old virgin. For a moment, she was a little confused and bit her lip. Thea did not care. In this society, people judged people by their appearance. Superficial people were everywhere. She could not be angry. Let's go in and take a look. Thea was not afraid at all. Even if it was an alien teleportation portal, she could still fly back. She pulled Caitlin along and walked in. Those who did not know would think that she was a teacher and Caitlin was a student. As soon as they entered the room, the pungent smell almost made the two of them fall over. Damn it! Thea gritted her teeth and looked at the hundreds of cages in the room and the orangutans in the cages. The aura of anger and fear leaked out a little. The originally noisy gorillas miraculously quieted down, and a few of them even made the sound of teeth chattering. Let this old lady raise gorillas. Thea tried her best to calm her emotions. She was afraid that a red light ring would fly out from the depths of the universe. That would be interesting. In his heart, he tried his best to tell himself not to be angry. Being angry would hurt his liver and a bunch of other messy things. The last person who angered her to this extent was Senator Hammond from Seaside City. However, he was still a person in power. This old African virgin was nothing. Their original plan was to get the AI and run away. However, the first step had gone wrong. Their appearance had attracted hostility, and they were sent to a place that was so far away from the laboratory. Although this experience helped Caitlin gain a lot of sympathy from the male researchers, it did not help Thea at all. Seeing Caitlin's blank expression, Thea was used to giving orders. She did not wait for Caitlin to come back to her senses and shouted, "Is anyone here? Who's in charge here?" It was impossible for the two women to take care of hundreds of gorillas. There must be a professional keeper here. The two women's main job was to do biochemistry research, which was Caitlin's specialty. One in the east, two in the west. Soon, 7 people stood in front of Thea. "Just the few of you? My name is Thea Quinn. This is Dr. Caitlin Snow, who has just taken over this place. You can come to us if you need anything in the future. If there's nothing else, you can go about your business." Sia introduced herself casually, let alone 7 people. Even if there were 70,000 people, she wouldn't have any stage fright. Among the 7 people, there were 3 women and 4 men. They looked young and childish. The young man in the lead wanted to say that these gorillas were very irritable and should apply for some tranquilizers from the laboratory. However, when he was about to say it, he found that the place was quiet today. He hurriedly turned his head and found that all the gorillas were obediently waiting. Some of them were even lying face down on the ground. What the hell was this? It was so quiet. Did they need to apply for tranquilizers? He looked back at Thea, who was as beautiful as a peach. In order not to be treated as a fool, he swallowed his words. He put on what he thought was his most charming smile and introduced the current situation of the management here to the 2 women. Thea had heard of it. She had always been thinking about the AI. It was none of her business whether these gorillas died or not. If she was annoyed, she would even lock reverse lightning up with the gorillas. Caitlin listened attentively. She asked questions from time to time and made special notes. The 2 women followed the young man inside. Thea took a banana from the table and threw it into the cage when she saw a gorilla that she liked. Although she had not specifically practiced darts, the basic skills were there for all to see. The banana drew a beautiful arc as it passed through the gaps of the iron cage. The young man watched as a banana hit the gorilla's head with a bang. In the past, the gorillas would have been furious, but today they were all well-behaved. Some of them even looked at Sia with a fawning expression after being hit. F***CK. The young man felt that this scene was a little different from his past experience of rearing gorillas. Were these gorillas all wretched? He had treated them so well that they would bare their fangs at him for no reason. Now, Thea was casually throwing bananas at the young gorillas, but none of them dared to fight back. The young man felt that he had found the trick to rearing gorillas. Thea did not know that her casual action had set a bad precedent for the young man who was determined to be the best breeder in the world. She casually walked past a row of young gorillas. With her powerful visual memory, she remembered the names of the gorillas even though she was not paying attention. Henry, Gertrude, Cohen. She took 2 steps forward and suddenly realized what she was looking at. She stopped in her tracks and walked back to the nameplate marked with Gertrude. She looked at the skinny and listless gorilla inside. Gertrude! Thea could not believe it. Gertrude was the nemesis of the Flash, a highly intelligent gorilla with telepathy and mind control. This guy's future achievements would surpass 90% of the Earth's villains. But was this really the gorilla she knew? Chapter 301. In the future, Jared was 5 meters tall and weighed several tons. It was impossible to say that he was weak. Thea only remembered that Jared gained the ability to control minds after he was secretly experimented on by the military and Reverse Lightning. Even Reverse Lightning used him as a trump card. Jared was cruel to all of his enemies. He was only slightly nicer to Caitlin. Was it because Caitlin was arranged to be here in the original time and space that they met? Thea probed with her psychic power and was a little disappointed. She could not find anything unusual about the little ape in front of her. Was it caused by anger? Thea threw another banana at the ape's face. The little ape rubbed its face and lay on the ground weakly, not daring to resist. Did she remember wrongly, or was it a mutation caused by the experiment? Or was it someone with the same name? There were too many possible reasons. Thea made a mental note of her doubts and planned to verify them in the future. When it was almost time to get off work, more than 10 researchers, both male and female, asked the 2 girls to have a meal. Thea was not interested at first, but Caitlin did not want to refuse such a welcome dinner. She almost begged Thea to go with Caitlin. Along the way, several male researchers with excessive hormone secretion tried to show off their talents, trying to attract their attention. Thea looked at a Latino man who did not speak much. His name was Cisco Ramon, a superhero codenamed Shockwave in the later stage. His ability was to open a passage between different dimensions and attack enemies with powerful vibration waves in battle. Of course, he did not have any superpowers now, just like Caitlin Snow. However, his value, even in the later stage, was not reflected in his fighting ability, but in his mind and wisdom. Many of the technological weapons he invented were not inferior to Batman's. Even the original version of Captain Frigid's freeze gun that Thea obtained from the future was his work. Thea picked out a few questions about the freeze gun and chatted with him, but soon Thea could not continue. Cisco Ramon was staring at her face and did not listen to her at all. You're talking about the pressure reducer, right? I think we can do it this way. Someone beside him nudged him, and only then did Psyker Ramon snap out of his daze. It had to be said that this person was really smart. He actually remembered Thea's problem even though he was in a daze, and racked his brains to think of a solution for her. This frost gun was designed by him in the future. Naturally, it was very compatible with the knowledge he had learned. Captain Lung Han's IQ and EQ were very high, but he only graduated from high school. There were very few places that could be modified. Cisco Ramon only felt that the questions this unbelievably beautiful woman had asked him were all questions he was best at. At first, he was still a little nervous, but when it came to topics he was good at, he did not have to use too much of his brain. From the beginning, he could draw inferences about other things from one example to the next. Even though he did not really understand what Thea was asking him, he still broke it down and explained it to her. Cisco Ramon did not have a doctorate. In addition to his ordinary appearance, he kept a low profile among a group of academic giants. Later on, he and Caitlin Snow became important members of the Flash team. Even Reverse Lightning praised Cisco Ramon as his son. This was not about his looks, but Cisco's intelligence and wisdom had moved Reverse Lightning, who had transmigrated from the 25th century. The relationship between Cisco Ramon and Reverse Lightning was a little like the relationship between Malcolm and Oliver in Star City. They had mutual recognition and admiration for each other, but because they were in different positions, they had to kill each other. Could it be that this beautiful woman has taken a liking to me? Seeing that Thea was listening attentively, Cisco Ramon could not help but think. For a moment, he felt so happy that he could fly. He explained everything he knew, whether it was related or not. Thea felt that she had learned a lot. After all, Captain Lung Han was the original creator of the Frost gun. He was able to analyze the principles behind many things that Captain Lung Han did not know. She believed that as long as Thea summed it up, she would be able to create the Frost gun when she returned. When you heat the aziridine to 100 degrees Celsius and at the same time add the ring 3 structured polymers, can you do this? After asking about the Frost gun, Thea began to ask about the atomic suit. To some extent, these questions had already surpassed Cisco Ramon's knowledge. The atomic suit's technology, which even Reverse Lightning admired, was not something that Cisco, who was still a rookie, could explain. However, Cisco Ramon was also a genius. He was able to use his existing knowledge to explain many of the atomic suit's technical principles. Although it was not the correct direction, it was still an eye-opener for Thea. As Thea continued to throw out profound questions, Cisco Ramon's wild imagination was suppressed by the spirit of science. He regained the seriousness of a scientist and began to discuss with Thea in detail. At first, the people in the advanced research lab were just there to watch the show. However, as the content of the discussion became deeper and deeper, the few people who thought that they were scientists also joined in. This made Ronnie Raymond, who had been preparing for dinner all afternoon, feel a little depressed. Shouldn't they be talking about fashionable men and women? You guys are here to cause trouble by discussing all kinds of chemical reactions in the bar. More importantly, he had seen Thea's picture before. When he saw the people around Thea fawning over her, he could not help but sneer. These idiots don't know anything. The chairman of the Quinn Corporation is worth billions. Why would she be interested in ordinary people like you? Ronnie Raymond's family background could barely be considered top-notch. He had access to a lot of rumors, both true and false. The most popular rumor in the small circle was that this Thea had bewitched Bruce Wayne of the Wayne Corporation. The two of them were working together to build some kind of temple. Many people overinterpreted the rumor and thought that the temple was fake. Why would they need to test the reaction of the higher-ups? It was an obvious thing. The Wayne Corporation and the Quinn Corporation were going to form a marriage alliance. The alliance of the two giant corporations would attract the interests of all parties. Therefore, they made up a story about building a temple to test the reaction of the higher-ups. Competing with the playboy Bruce Wayne, Ronnie Raymond had never thought that it would be so challenging. Thea was not on his list of targets. His target was Caitlin Snow. The two of them had similar family backgrounds and were about the same age. Most importantly, Caitlin Snow looked weak and easy to bully. She was the most suitable candidate for him. Thea went on dates with Diana on weekends. In her free time, she studied magic and the new armor. She did not care about the gossip at all. Batman thought that this kind of thing was not worth mentioning and did not take it seriously at all. Therefore, the rumor had been spreading in a small circle and did not cause a big stir at all. Some people even thought that they had inside information and wantonly stocked up on the stocks of the two companies. Of course, this was a story for later. Chapter 302. Cisco Ramon didn't know the secrets of the so-called upper class. He only knew that a beautiful girl was listening to him attentively. Although he was born a commoner and looked ordinary, his heart was about to jump out of his chest. He didn't think too much about Thea's ridiculous questions. He only hated himself for not reading more books and learning more knowledge. Thea nodded silently. After Cisco explained with all the knowledge he had learned in his life, and with her efforts during this period of time, she finally understood about 50% to 50% of the Atom Man suit, but this was the limit for now. The current Cisco Ramon was still a far cry from the Atom Man in his prime. Plus, the two had different research directions. To be able to explain to this extent was already a testament to his research ability. Unfortunately, this guy was going to be a celebrity in the future. Knowing his achievements, Reverse Lightning would never let him go. Otherwise, he would definitely be a good helper in the Quinn group. The gathering didn't last long and soon dispersed. After all, there was a lot of work in the laboratory, and it was enough for them to get to know each other. Cisco Ramon didn't call for a cab. His left and right legs were trembling as he walked back to his apartment. He rubbed his face hard. He couldn't remember what he had said the entire night. All he remembered was that he had discussed applied science with a beautiful woman for half a day. Hating his lack of knowledge, he took out 2 books and prepared to read more. Unfortunately, after 10 minutes of reading, he didn't understand a single word. He took out his computer and prepared to search for Thea's information in case he needed it. He could become good friends with Felicity in the future, and his computer skills were also good, but the information he found still made his heart sink. His mother was the mayor, and he was the chairman of a listed company. He could find a recent photo of Thea and the new mayor of Seaside City at a press conference at the site of the city reconstruction. In the photo, Thea was dressed more maturely than she was tonight, but there was no mistaking her appearance. It was the same person. Cisco Ramon threw himself on the sofa. No matter how talented he was, he knew that the gap between the two was boundless. They were not people from the same world at all. His budding good feelings were splashed with sulfuric acid by the cruel reality. This was the true portrayal of his heart. Although he knew it was impossible, he still secretly observed Thea for 2 days. One weekend, he accidentally saw Thea kissing a classic beauty with long legs. Only then did he completely give up on this muddle-headed relationship. That woman was also breathtakingly beautiful. Syker couldn't tell which of the 2 women was prettier, but he knew that he had no chance. Cisco Ramon walked back to the laboratory alone, still feeling gloomy about the scene he had seen. Damn it, 2 such beautiful women together. What a waste of resources. Since such a beautiful and rich woman was working hard to study, then a poor person like him, who could not be seen in a crowd, could not slack off. Syker Ramon turned his grief into strength as he put away his frivolous personality and began a new round of learning. Thea didn't know that her unintentional actions had caused some misunderstandings. In fact, even if she knew, she wouldn't care. Every weekend, she would go out to play with Diana and travel all over the Earth and the Milky Way. The situation in the cutting-edge technology laboratory was still not optimistic. Thea collected Reverse Lightning's fingerprints and found the secret door where the artificial intelligence was hidden. However, there were too many people in the laboratory, according to her observation. Even Reverse Lightning couldn't find a chance to enter the secret door, let alone herself. The opportunity had to wait. Thea stayed in the laboratory for 2 days a week, learning from Caitlin and discussing the latest research results with Cisco Ramon. When she was free, she would throw bananas at Grutter for fun. When Grutter saw her enter the door, he had a conditioned reflex of covering his head. Was this guy really the big villain or not? This thought came to Thea's mind several times because no matter how she looked at this little ape, there was nothing special about it. Its body was thin and small, and its personality was weak. Even among primates, this ape's intelligence was considered slow, let alone telepathy. Looking around, Thea made sure that no one was paying attention to her. She stretched out her psychic feelers, ready to see if this ape was the one she remembered. Out of caution, she only used 30% of her strength. However, Thea underestimated her current strength. As soon as her psychic feelers entered the ape's brain, she heard a plop sound. The little ape, Grutter, fainted straight away. Thea was a little embarrassed. Recently, she had been practicing with Diana more and more frequently. Although her psychic feelers only increased a little each time, with the help of the divine power, her psychic feelers were far stronger than usual. Seeing Grutter fainted so quickly, Thea knew that she had used too much strength. When she muttered in her heart that she should have used 10% of her strength, Grutter woke up again in a daze. Although the little ape's eyes were still blank, Thea's psychic feelers found that there was something different about it. This ape was stimulated by her to the point that it had a little bit of intelligence. It was not a psychic attack, and it did not even have basic logical thinking. However, this ape had surpassed its peers in terms of intelligence. What the hell is going on? Sia couldn't believe her memory. She was the one who saved the dead man. Could it be that Grutter's telepathic ability was also accidentally created by her? She thought of the sentence that Grutter always said, "Grutter doesn't like bananas." If this had nothing to do with Thea throwing bananas at him every day, Thea would not believe it. Cause, result, past, and future, all kinds of thoughts kept colliding. And for a moment, it was a little creepy. Did she get the memories and change their fates? Or did she change their fates in the first place? Thea did not know. She could only continue to pay attention to the follow-up development. Although it was a little hard to believe, Thea still found that Grutter was becoming more and more different from his peers. The confusion in his eyes was gradually dissipating, and his body was getting stronger. When the keepers fed him, he could use some simple, pleasing expressions and body movements to get more food. All signs indicated that this ape was on the path of rapid evolution. Thea observed for 2 more days and decided not to wait any longer. She was 70% sure that this ape was Grutter, the one who had beaten the Flash. Those who are not of my kind must have a different heart. This was the true portrayal of Grutter's life. He had always thought that he was better than human beings, and his life's goal was to destroy human beings more efficiently. Grutter was completely different from the dead. Although the dead were jerks, they were essentially good people. Chapter 3:03. If Thea was a true hero from Earth, he would have killed her without hesitation. Unfortunately, she was not. If she was not an Earthling, then what about all the aliens in the universe? Although Grud was a freak in the eyes of the people on Earth, there were countless creatures that were even weirder than him in the universe. They couldn't just kill all of them in the name of justice. Thea wanted to imprint her own mark on Gertrude's mind before he grew up. The mark would grow stronger as Gertrude grew, but at the same time, it would also give him power. This power was none other than the hinting technique that Thea used to deal with the leaders of the Owl Court in Gotham. As Gertrude's mental power broke through the threshold of his species, he would usher in an unprecedented period of growth. At that time, the hinting technique that was imbued with Thea's mental power would be completely integrated with Gertrude. If nothing went wrong, it would become a powerful skill that would become famous in the future. Mind control. It's hard to imagine. I really created this guy, Thea muttered to herself. Everything was so strange. It was her secret intervention that created the gorilla that would shake the entire central city in the future. Gertrude was not a mutation caused by the military's experiments. It was understandable that the military had done thousands of experiments, but why was Gertrude the only one that stood out? It was because there was a mastermind behind it, and the military was just a scapegoat. Without any self-awareness of being the mastermind behind it, Thea's psychic implantation was unusually smooth. Gertrude's resistance was weak and almost non-existent. Her psychic implantation was like a fierce robber. She kicked the door open and moved into the best house. No matter how much the robber yelled, he would not make a sound. Thea did not stay in Central City for long. She hurried back to Star City because Malcolm had returned from his trip around the world. Malcolm, who had been working hard, did not look as gloomy as before. His originally white skin had a tendency to develop in the direction of tanning. I've gained a lot. I found an important clue about the Merlin family. This was the first sentence that Malcolm said when they met. Now, that necklace was nothing to Thea. She had already completed her foundation. The first half of the necklace was a wind elemental acceleration spell, while the second half was a water elemental healing spell. With Thea's current attainments in magic, she could easily cast it. However, seeing how serious Malcolm was about this matter, she did not say much. You seem to have a lot of connections with the military now. Malcolm asked worriedly. Cooperation with the military is inescapable for the development of the Quinn group. On the other hand, it can also deepen my mother's foundation in the political world. They complement each other. Thea answered with certainty. The United States was a global hegemon, and its military was far more powerful than what the media had reported. Although she knew that there would be a lot of trouble, this was the price to pay for climbing to the top. Malcolm stared into her eyes for a long time before nodding. All right, I trust your judgment. He then took out a stack of documents and handed them to Thea. What is this? Thea flipped through the documents. The shares of the Merlin Group. You want it? Yes, your achievements far exceed mine. The Merlin Group is just a pass for me. It's also a burden for Tommy. Although I don't know what your plan is, it'll increase your weight in the military. Malcolm's face was solemn when he said this, but his words were full of love. Even though Thea did not show her feelings easily, her eyes were still a little red. She did not know whether she should accept this gift or not. Take it. I'll stay in England for the next few years and continue to investigate. Tommy, I think he's doing well in Gotham. I still have a lot of property that he inherited. It should be enough for his daily expenses. My daughter, you are my pride. You are a gift from the gods. There's not much I can do for you, but you must accept it. Don't expose our relationship. You know how much Tommy loves his mother. If he knows the truth, our relationship as father and son will be over. You must keep it a secret. Thea's nose twitched. The father-son relationship was just an excuse. Malcolm was afraid that her identity as an illegitimate daughter would be a stain on his reputation. He used a casual tone to cover up their relationship. Daddy! Thea could no longer control her emotions. Even though she felt sorry for old Robert, she was still touched by Malcolm's fatherly love. All right. You're so busy. Take the documents away. We'll hold a press conference in a few days. Malcolm shoved the documents into her hands and pushed her out of the room. Sia smiled. The old man was not good at expressing his feelings. His eyes were red around the rims, even though he was speaking harshly. Thea went through the documents when she returned to her residence. They were notarized documents for the gift of shares. She just had to sign it, and it would take effect immediately. Thea kept the documents after reading them. She was not in a hurry. She took out the few drops of God's blood that she had collected after the battle with Horus. There were 6 drops in total. 4 of them were ordinary drops, and the other 2 had higher energy content. 1 drop of the ordinary God's blood was used to save the Atom hero. Thea absorbed another drop on Paradise Island. She also absorbed a drop of the higher energy content later. There are only 3 drops left. How do I split them? Thea rubbed her chin and pondered. She had originally planned to give 1 to each of her parents and the rest to herself. However, the God's blood was no longer of much help to her body. Even if she sparred with Diana a few more times, the effects would be better than the God's blood. She decided to leave 1 drop for Tommy. Although he did not know about their relationship, he had given up the Merlin group. No matter how she looked at it, she should compensate him. However, the drop of high-energy God's blood gave Thea a hard time. The energy was too high for ordinary people to absorb. No matter who she gave it to, they would die. Thea could only continue to flip through the magic books and consult Psyker in Central City. Finally, she came up with a way to combine magic and technology. Whether it was Malcolm or Moira, their bodies had already entered a period of decline. Even absorbing ordinary God's blood was a very troublesome matter. Psyker did not know what she was going to do, but he still came up with a good idea. A drop of God's blood would be divided into 12 portions and injected intravenously every month. After a year, 70 to 80% of the God's blood could be absorbed. As for the drop of God's blood with higher energy content, Thea divided it into 24 portions. She gave half to Tommy and the other half to Oliver. 2 young people who practice martial arts would not explode if they absorbed a drop of high-energy God's blood together. What's this? Malcolm was curious about why Thea had not announced the news. Anyway, he had finished the handover with several CEOs and subordinates. At this time, he was packing up and preparing to leave for England to continue to pursue clues about the descendants of the Merlin family. Thea came to him and asked him to dismiss the servants. She handed him a silver-white suitcase. Chapter 304. Although he didn't see where Thea took the suitcase from, he still opened it and stared at the syringe in a daze. Spiral structure, blue liquid, and a silver-white suitcase. Are you sure this isn't the T-virus from Resident Evil? What's this? Malcolm wanted to know the answer, even though he had a few guesses. It's the blood of a fallen god. I divided the original drop into 12 portions. You can absorb 1 portion every month. It will strengthen your body and prolong your life. Don't you need it yourself? Of course. Thea couldn't tell her father that she had sex with a long-legged beauty every week. The cumulative effect of 2 or 3 sessions was no worse than directly absorbing the blood. She didn't answer directly. 1 for you, 1 for Mother, and 1 for Tommy. I'm not sure if he'll get superpowers, but his body will definitely recover to its peak. Malcolm rolled his eyes and patted Thea's shoulder. You're so considerate. He put away the suitcase. I'm leaving. You can give Tommy his portion. Malcolm didn't inject him directly because he knew his son too well. Unless he knocked him out and injected him directly, he would definitely give him to Laurel after explaining the use of the blood. When the time came, he would leave his share to Malcolm. Malcolm felt that as a middle-aged man, it did not matter whether he lived a few more years or not. His goal was to make his children healthier. Thea didn't think there was any problem. After sending Old Ma off, she took the signed documents and rushed to the Merlin group with a bunch of lawyers and accountants. Malcolm was very free and easy to let go of the Merlin Group. Of course, he couldn't tell others that he was an illegitimate daughter. The father and daughter had a unified statement that Thea had bought his shares. Several of his trusted subordinates knew the result in advance, but they didn't know the reason. In order to prevent them from hindering Thea from taking over the group, Malcolm withdrew all his subordinates. Now, only a few executives were left in the Merlin Group. What? Merge with the Quinn Group? The president of the Merlin Group submitted his resignation to the board of directors 3 days ago. Now, the person in charge of the daily affairs was the original vice president, a high-ranking employee. He had thought that Thea had come personally to discuss some cooperation, but he had guessed correctly. The union was indeed a union, but the creation was nowhere to be seen. The vice president was sweating profusely and urgently summoned the legal department to verify the authenticity of the document. The results showed that the documents were authentic and valid. Whether it was the signatures, seals, or notarization, they were all in accordance with the provisions of the law. The vice president felt like he was on fire and urgently asked the remaining directors. Although they didn't agree unanimously, Thea had more than half of the shares. In other words, as long as Thea wanted to, she could complete the merger of the two companies. Thea was here today to do this. Otherwise, why would she bring so many lawyers and accountants with her? Was she here for a vacation? Merge. Start the process of merging now. Immediately, the vice president worked for a salary, so he couldn't find any reason to object. According to Thea's order, he informed the administrative departments one by one to complete the handover of the work and wait for further orders. Of course, the merger of the two companies wouldn't be so simple. Thea just stopped Merlin's business first to ensure that there wouldn't be a large outflow of funds. She still had to negotiate with a lot of directors. Yes, a lot of directors. Originally, the directors of Quinn and Merlin might have to withdraw from the board of directors because of the merger and the dilution of the shares. However, Thea had to appease these people. There were also many people who held shares of the two companies at the same time and joined the board of directors because of the merger. For example, Felicity, the vice president of Quinn, now looked at Bruce Wayne as if she had seen a monster. Bruce Wayne personally held scattered shares of most of the companies in the world. This time, the merger of Quinn and Merlin had actually reached the point where he could join the board of directors. When he received Thea's call, he had to come, whether it was for business or personal reasons. Batman gave Felicity a subtle look, telling her not to say anything, and walked into the conference room calmly. "Welcome, Bruce." Thea was at the door of the conference room, welcoming all the directors who came to the meeting. The two of them were very close in private. Batman had already written 2 pages of entries about Thea in his little black notebook. However, on the surface, they knew each other because of the temple incident. Thea welcomed him indifferently. Bruce Wayne showed his playboy attitude in front of others and chatted with Thea for a while. "Welcome, Mr. Luthor." Not long after Bruce entered, a young man with long hair came to the door. The man's eyes were very bright, showing extraordinary wisdom. Thea glanced at the top of his head without batting an eyelid. This person has good hair. Why would he become bald in the future? "Miss Quinn, you've done a lot. You've completed the merger quietly. It seems like I won't be able to keep my title of business tycoon for long. Oh, let me introduce you. This is my sister, Lena Luthor. She will hold the shares of the new group for me in the future." Lex Luthor didn't know why Thea was looking at his head, but he didn't care. He mocked Thea a little, then introduced his sister and hid behind the scenes. He also clearly expressed his support for the merger. His superb conversational skills not only expressed his intention, but also didn't embarrass others. They were indeed the 3 popular villains. the wise Lex Luthor, the crazy Joker, and the tenacious Sinisto. The three of them were full of strong personal style. Thea had always been looking forward to this Superman's nemesis, but they were in different camps. She didn't say much and just greeted the timid little girl behind Luthor, who pretended to be calm. "Welcome to Miss Luthor. I believe that we'll have a good time working together in the future." The little girl nodded slightly and walked in with Lex Luthor politely at the appointed time. Thea looked at her watch and knew that all the directors had basically arrived. The remaining few who were dissatisfied with the merger didn't need to pay attention to him and officially began the merger discussion. After the merger of the two groups, Thea personally held 31% of the shares of the new group, and no one else held more than 10%. The directors of the Quinn Group had been brainwashed and replaced by her in the past 2 years, and they were very obedient. Several of the Merlin Group's shareholders had received Malcolm's signal and didn't dare to disobey. The remaining shareholders, who were controlled by the government and the military, expressed their support. The scattered shareholders, represented by Bruce Wayne and Lex Luthor, also didn't raise any objections. A giant multinational business group with a market value equal to that of the Wayne Group, and the Luthor Group was born in this conference room. The group was named Quinn Merlin Group in honor of its predecessors. In the next few days, Thea was very busy. The same departments were merged, and different departments were expanded or abolished according to the situation. All kinds of directors were busy expressing their loyalty and talking about their ideals. They blocked Thea for 3 days, making Diana think that she was besieged, and almost pulled out her sword to save her. Chapter 305. How annoying! Thea sent away another middle-aged man with an extraordinary aura. She threw away her pen and stood by the window, looking into the distance. The middle-aged man who spoke to her before was just a small shareholder. Logically speaking, Thea would not have the right to meet him personally. However, although this person's status was low, he had many people behind him. Yes, his words and actions represented the United States government and those who controlled the country's lifeline behind the scenes. It was not some ridiculous matter of annexation of industries or opposition to the merger, but a problem that neither Thea nor Malcolm had realized. The merger of Quinn and Merlin had resulted in the new group's business covering military research and development, new energy mining, urban construction, shipping, and many other fields. The group had nearly 100,000 employees. Perhaps this was not enough to attract the government's attention. What was worse was that Moira was the mayor of Star City, and Thea was wantonly merging the groups under her rule. After the merger, the new group would be the largest in Star City. With Moira's help and the collusion between the government and the businessmen, were the mother and daughter planning to change the name of Star City to Quinn City? In the free and democratic United States of America, there must be no news that could be attacked by an indescribable country. The middle-aged man who had just walked out of Thea's office was only there to test the waters. He had been talking for a long time just to send a message. Could the group's headquarters be moved appropriately? As for where to, the higher-ups felt that the two international metropolises in United States of America were more suitable for the new group's positioning. Thea politely sent the middle-aged man away. She was now a big shot who could shake the ground with a stomp of her feet. It was impossible for her to agree to a small fry's request immediately. There were a lot of problems involved. Looking through the floor-to-ceiling window at the construction workers in the distance, Thea let out a sigh of relief. Damn it, what kind of international metropolis is this? Isn't it just Gotham and the metropolis? These two places. From a business perspective, the metropolis was definitely beneficial for the group's development, but Thea really did not want to go. How free was she to go to the metropolis and Gotham to make money? However, it was indeed inappropriate not to move. At least it would affect Moira's career. This was something Thea did not want to see. Which was more important, the value of her mother's life or the safety of the group's employees? Thea didn't even think about it, and automatically chose the former. From her point of view, Metropolis and Gotham were definitely in danger, but with her current strength, the danger was not great. The speed of the yellow light ring was the fastest among all the lights. If even Thea could not escape, then there were not many who could. He told his assistant to check if the corporation had any land in the Metropolis or Gotham. The new headquarters had to be built tall and big. Once the news spread, the government would know what he meant. They would also take care of him within the rules. Fortunately, the relocation of the headquarters could be delayed for a long time. In the short term, Star City was still Thea's headquarters. However, there was only one headquarters. Should he choose Metropolis or Gotham? Although Gotham was very familiar, Thea did not like the weather there. Although they did not stop the rain, the clouds accumulated too quickly. If they relaxed for a few days, the sky would be filled with dark clouds again. Although Thea could absorb sunlight and moonlight, she could not absorb sunlight that was blocked. If she stayed in Gotham for a long time, her speed of strengthening would be much slower. On the other hand, the Court of Owls was involved in all aspects of Gotham. Logically speaking, if she brought a large corporation there, it would definitely cause conflict. If the conflict was small, it would be easy to expose the fact that she secretly controlled the court. If the conflict was big, it would be too troublesome to fight with her own people. After considering all the factors, Thea gave up on Gotham and prepared to move to Metropolis. The government was very happy to hear that she was going to move to Metropolis. They did not know about Thea's concerns. From their point of view, they also hoped that Thea would go to Metropolis. Gotham was chaotic and disorderly. Wayne Enterprises was controlled layer by layer. The government was not afraid of Bruce Wayne doing anything big. On the contrary, the extremely egotistical Lex Luthor was a headache for them. The Luthor Corporation was impenetrable under his management. Lex's parents had deep connections in Shangjingjun, so they could not touch him. Lex Luthor had a genius mind, an arrogant personality, and huge financial resources. How could he not arouse fear? How could that be? Hearing that Thea was going to Metropolis, a few of the higher-ups were very happy. They instructed their subordinates to handle the merger of her new corporation as soon as possible. The government gave the green light. The work that would have taken at least 3 months was completed in a little more than a month. The Quinn Merlin Corporation's big name officially appeared on the stock exchange. Although the shareholders did not understand how these two corporations, whose businesses were not related at all, could be combined, a large number of people still eagerly threw money into the Quinn Merlin Corporation when they saw the corporation's new shares soar. Because of the government's influence, either overt or covert, Thea's personal value reached an all-time high. It even approached Bruce Wayne for a while. Many calm shareholders quickly figured out that something was wrong and sold a portion of their shares. However, Thea, who had invested a lot of money beforehand, still made hundreds of millions of dollars by buying low and selling high. If this large sum of money was placed in an indescribable country, it would definitely be invested in real estate. However, Thea took out a map and looked around, trying to find a city without a superhero. Unfortunately, she could not find it. If she bought a house in this world, she would just be waiting to be flattened by bad aliens. After pocketing the money, just as Thea thought that her days would continue like this, Amanda Waller of the Heavens Eye Society personally came to visit. After getting in touch with the military, Thea was no longer as anxious about the Heavens Eye Society as before. She knew that she was up to no good, but she could not kick her out. "Sister Amanda, you're looking for me? You see, I'm very busy now." Thea pointed at the documents on her desk. The new corporation had more than 10 presidents and vice presidents, but in the early stages of the merger, there were many things that she needed to make decisions on. These people could not help her. She did not even have time to go on a date with Diana last week. Instead, she called Diana to her office and closed the door to read the documents for the whole day. "There is something that I need your help with." Amanda lowered her attitude. She was no longer the kind of person who would come and go as she pleased. Thea was not someone who did not know what was good for her. Since she had received respect, she put down her pen and waited for her to continue. "I have a doctor named Joan Munn in archaeology. She's very capable. A month ago, she accidentally fell into an ancient cave while she was on an expedition in Peru. After we rescued her, several medical experts couldn't do anything about her condition. Her consciousness seems to be a little confused. I heard that you have some healing abilities. Can you help me take a look?" Chapter 306. Thea thought for a while. She had never heard of this name before. It was most likely a mental patient, so she did not pay much attention to it. She nodded and told them to contact her whenever they had time. 3 nights later, Thea arrived at the meeting place on time. Laura Michaels was the one who greeted her. Thea thought that Amanda had gone to Hong Kong to train Olivier again. "I haven't thanked you for saving me last time." The mature girl, Laura, greeted her with a smile. The 2 agents who had entered the base with them in Seaside City had died on the spot. The only reason Laura was still alive was because Sia had helped her out for the sake of an acquaintance. Thea immediately said that it was not worth mentioning. After all, it was a piece of cake for her. If she was stronger, the other 2 agents would not have left her in the lurch. The 2 walked into the hospital that belonged to the Heavens Eye Society. Patients of all shapes and sizes walked past them from time to time. Some thought that they could fly. Some thought that they were rocks and wanted to bang their heads against the wall. It was as if they had returned to Arkham. After passing through a few checkpoints and entering the underground facility, Thea saw the patient who needed her treatment. You think this person is mentally ill?" The woman in front of her was petite. Her skin was pale, and her blood was bluish-purple. The woman was tied to the bed with a rope. Her body was twisted from time to time. Her eyes were rolled back, and white foam was coming out of her mouth. She looked like she was mentally ill. However, looking at her pale face and the sharp nails on her hands, she seemed to be cursed. "Sister Laura, why does this patient have such long nails? Don't you cut them for her?" Thea asked as she pointed at the woman's fingers that looked like chicken feet. Laura had been running around the world. It was her first time seeing this patient. She felt embarrassed and immediately asked the person in charge. The Heavens Eye Society paid them so much, but this patient's nails were almost longer than her fingers. Was this how they lived? "I'm innocent." "Miss Laura, we hold her down and cut her nails every day, but she grows really fast. We can't do anything about it. If you don't believe us, we have video evidence." The person in charge was a fat woman who weighed more than 100 pounds. When she heard Lara's question, she kept saying that she was innocent. She swore to the heavens that she did not do anything wrong. It was the patient who grew fast. How can it grow so long if you cut it every day? Thea didn't say anything. Laura stared at the fat woman with an unfriendly expression. This woman seemed to have eaten a lot, and her face was oily. Where did the money come from? It must have been secretly embezzled. The fat woman's expression was very vivid, as if she had been greatly wronged. She patted her chest loudly and insisted that she had been cutting it every day recently. Laura laughed coldly. "Humph, you've been cutting it every day recently because we gave you 3 days' notice." In order not to make a fool of herself in front of Thea, an outsider, Lila suppressed the anger in her heart and prepared to teach her a lesson later. Thea didn't care how much money they were greedy for. She just wanted to finish the mission as soon as possible. "Do you have the patient's brain scan report?" The fat woman stammered and couldn't say anything. Lila was completely furious. "Are you kidding me? It's such a reasonable request, and you can't even afford to take a look at the film? Did you not take a picture at all? You reported that this woman was crazy, but you didn't treat her at all." "Let me explain." The fat woman saw that Lila was about to explode. She immediately took out a stack of films from another drawer with a movement that didn't match her body shape. "There seems to be a shadow in this patient's brain. Our detection equipment can't distinguish it at all." Lila pulled it over and took a closer look. The fat woman wasn't lying. Whether it was the angiogram or the CT scan of the head, they all showed an ink-like black shadow. "Thea, take a look." Lila flipped through the films and handed them to Thea. Thea flipped through them and thought to herself, if the fat woman didn't sell the new equipment and bought an old one from an Indian hospital to make up the numbers, these images showed that there was something wrong with this woman. Even if the clown woman was crazy, she could still scan the brain's brain. This black shadow, was she still human? Since science couldn't be relied on, magic could only solve the problem. Although Thea consciously avoided using magic in her daily life, she still had to use it when necessary. She opened the Eye of Horus and scanned the patient's brain. The moment her eyes made contact with the black shadow, a large number of scattered memories followed her line of sight and entered Thea's mind. Sacrifices, blood, a large number of villagers who died of illness, mountains in the distance, and chaotic fragments of memory attacked Thea and made her take a step back. "What is this?" As if some kind of signal had been activated, Thea's spying ability of the Eye of Horus triggered the dissatisfaction of the monster in the woman's body. A mist of magic quickly spread around. Lila, who was still alert, immediately took out her pistol and asked in a stern voice. The fat woman was a little slower than her. "Ghost!" The fat woman screamed and hid under the bed in fear. Unfortunately, she usually ate too well, so her whole body was short and round. Her head and upper body could barely fit in, but her huge but was still exposed, making people have the urge to kick it. As the monster's magic spread, the lights in the entire underground area went out. Several armed guards outside the door quickly rushed in. As for whether they were here to protect Lila or the fat woman, no one knew. Charming witch? What kind of name is this? It took Thea some time to process these memories. She was very experienced in brainwashing people. She discarded the meaningless trifles and tried to find the memories of the time, places, and people. After that, she sorted out the whole life track of the victim. The result made her speechless. This woman turned out to be a pure magic user. And if she remembered correctly, this woman was the boss of the movie Suicide Squad. This woman was the only magic user that Thea had dealt with in a long time. Thea did not dare to act rashly. From the memory, she judged that the woman had lived for hundreds of years. In theory, she had a lot more magic power than herself, but she did not seem to be very good at it. At this time, the charming witch was wearing a crescent moon headdress. Her whole body was as black as ink, and her messy hair was scattered over her shoulders. She curled up in the corner of the room and looked at Thea with dull eyes. She knew that she had suffered. Joan Munn had interrupted her sleep. Joan Munn was just an ordinary person, and she did not have any magic power at all. Both of them were in pain when she possessed her. Now that she was stimulated by Thea's Eye of Horus, she was not prepared at all and appeared in front of others. The plan had not yet begun, but it seemed that there was a possibility that it would go wrong. Thea was afraid of her strong magic power, and the charming witch's body was stiff, so her magic power was not working well. The two of them were in a stalemate, and neither of them dared to make the first move. Chapter 307. What is this? Lara's hands trembled uncontrollably as she held the gun. Although the room was dimly lit, she could still see the charm witch's green eyes. This is the monster that possessed your female doctor. Perhaps she was once a human. If I'm not mistaken, she should have used West African voodoo techniques to make herself neither human nor ghost. For centuries, she has been calling herself the Enchanted Witch. There were too many people in the room, so it was not convenient for Thea to transform her light ring. She took out her divine longbow and nocked a lightning arrow to guard against any possible attacks. Lara gestured to the few guards behind her, asking them to leave first. The house was too small, and the group of people who rushed in seemed to be very loyal, but they were all fat and strong, blocking the door tightly. Lara did not need their loyalty now. She just wanted to get out quickly. She whispered to Thea, "Can you deal with this black thing? More or less? You should leave first." Thea observed for a while and found the problem with Lara's body. She was definitely stronger than Thea in terms of magic power, but her body was stiff, and she did not know how much power she could use. If Lara was invincible, why would she be so cautious in the corner? Lara did not need her to tell her. She wanted to go out long ago. However, she could not go out with a few idiots blocking the door. She gestured for a long time before she remembered that it was pitch black, and these people could not see at all. She was also afraid that she would expose her position and attract the attention of the thing. She was very annoyed. Lara did not go out, but raised her gun to guard. Thea was fully focused on the charm, and did not know the truth behind it. She was quite touched. This big sister looked cold, but she was actually very warm inside. Can you understand me? Thea could not stay in this stalemate, so she had to break the silence. Unfortunately, she tried several languages, but the other party was indifferent. She just curled up in the corner and looked at them silently. You don't have a vocal organ? You still don't understand. Can you go back to that body and communicate with us? Thea suggested, as she pointed at Jean Munn, who was no longer struggling on the bed. However, the man continued to ignore her. As Thea spoke more and more, the man glared at Thea fiercely, like a wolf. They were both magic users, so it wasn't hard to guess what the other party was thinking. What? You've taken a fancy to my body. You want to absorb my magic to rejuvenate yourself, don't you? Stupid. Thea had already killed 1.5 gods. Why would she be afraid of a witch whose body was already half frozen? Sensing that the other party's malice was becoming more and more obvious, Thea knew that the negotiation had failed. She raised her bow and shot out a lightning arrow. Originally, a female revenge arrow was the best choice to deal with her, but he didn't know if this girl had never done anything bad or never had a boyfriend. The vengeance arrow had no effect on her, so Thea could only switch to the lightning arrow as the first attack. The regular lightning arrow didn't have the ability to travel through time and space, but as a divine arrow personally made by Zeus for Thea, its power was far beyond ordinary magic. It was currently Thea's strongest single-target attack. The arrow seemed slow, but it was actually very fast. A large number of electric arcs were constantly generated along the arrow's path. When it hit the charm, it even hit a huge ball of lightning. The light of the lightning temporarily dispelled the dark magic in the room. They squinted their eyes and finally saw the face of the witch. Hiss! The sound of people sucking in cold air echoed in the room. The fat woman magically hid in a group of guards and looked at the witch's dead eyes. Her heart trembled. This is a monster. I won't work in this hospital anymore. Thea didn't have time to pay attention to their thoughts. She only knew that her arrow couldn't kill the witch. Instead, the witch's zombie body resisted most of the damage. She didn't stop. She continued to draw her bow, and arrows, fire arrows, rained down on the witch's head. Depressing. Thea was a little unhappy. She was also good at dark magic and mind control magic. Their skills even overlapped to some extent. If there were no outsiders, it wouldn't matter. However, there were a lot of onlookers. If she fought with the witch head-on, her heroic image would be damaged. The only thing she could do now was to rely on the magic arrows of the divine longbow to quickly deplete the witch's magic power. Under Sia's torrential rain of bullets, the few ordinary people in the room regained some of their vision. What else could they say? They ran for their lives. Some of the mentally weaker ones threw away their guns and ran while shouting, "There's a monster! Run!" The whole underground facility was in chaos. The panic quickly spread to the buildings above. "I'll go up and stabilize the situation. Reinforcements will be here soon." Layla finally found a good excuse and ran out after telling Thea. Thea nodded. She didn't expect her small pistol to do much damage anyway. Without her, it was more convenient for her to use her skills. Seeing Layla disappear into the elevator, Thea finally played her trump card. Clone. Her clone was telepathically connected with her and began to cast spells with her. All kinds of debuffs were applied to the witch and buffs were applied to Thea. After putting on the yellow light ring and conjuring chains to bind the charming, which Sia didn't stop shooting arrows at all, one after another. By the time she shot her 11th arrow, the enchanted witch's body began to expand rapidly. She summoned a large amount of magic power and broke free from the chains. She had no choice but to resist, although she had a strong body, and 100 points of fire damage could only deal 30 points of damage to her. There were too many of them, especially when Thea's clone was so agile. It was 2 against 1. "You're too shameless." She suppressed the greed in her heart and began to fight back. The witch had an extremely rare teleportation ability. She instantly appeared behind Thea and clawed at her heart. That's all you got. Thea's fighting ability was one of the best in the world, and she had been guarding against the witch's attacks. Facing the witch's black claws, she pulled out the Godslayer and infused it with fire magic to block the claws. She then turned around and slashed at the witch's neck. Whoosh! The sword missed, and there was a violent vibration in the air. The witch appeared on the other side of Thea and clawed at her face. Thea could only take 2 steps back to increase the distance between them. What a strange ability. The witch's fighting ability was not worth mentioning, but this teleportation ability made Thea suffer. She constantly used her agility to dodge, and it was inevitable that she would be careless after a long time. When the witch teleported for the 4th time, Thea finally discovered the principle of this ability. She could appear in any corner where her magic was. In other words, as long as the magic in the air was dispelled, her teleportation ability would naturally be broken. Chapter 308. The traditional way was to use a large amount of light magic to neutralize it, or use fire magic to burn it. Of course, it was also possible to change the battlefield and fight somewhere else. Thea could do all these methods, but she was purely helping out today. There were still a lot of things to deal with in the group, and she really did not want to waste time fighting a war of attrition. The doppelganger waved her hand and forced the charm witch to retreat with 3 light beams. She took out a dark, sci-fi weapon from the space ring. This was a combination of the technology of Captain Frigid and Mr. Freeze. It was the latest development of the Freeze gun. If Cisco Ramon's design, 3 years later, was 1, 0, and Captain Frigid's modification was 2, 0, then the gun in Thea's hand was 3, 0. Cisco Ramon had made a great contribution to the design of this gun. Conservatively speaking, this gun was at least 30 years ahead of its time. Bang! Bang! Under the confused gaze of the charming, which Sia kept pulling the trigger. The cold air that was close to absolute zero froze everything, regardless of whether it was mana or zombies. The charm which tried to break free from the ice several times, but unfortunately, her body didn't have that much strength. Her magic power also leaned towards the dark attribute, and was more proficient in corrosion and infiltration. Thawing out of this big ice block was really not an option. In addition, her mind was a little slow, so Thea did not want to talk nonsense with her. She sprayed 3 layers of ice on the inside and the outside. She put away the doppelganger and the light ring and observed the results of her battle. The effect was really good. This was the power of a technological weapon. Captain Frigid, an ordinary person, had repeatedly tricked the Flash. Although his high IQ was inseparable, this gun also played a part. Phew! Sia exhaled a breath of cold air. This room was almost freezing her, making her feel very uncomfortable. She ran out of the room in a few steps and bumped into Lila, who was about to help her. "Where's the enemy?" Lila stretched her neck and looked behind her. Her first thought was that Thea was defeated and was running away. Should he run with her, or should he run separately? She did not feel cold during the battle, but after the battle, it was really cold. It was reasonable that Captain Frigid wore a down jacket all year round. Thea was only wearing a short-sleeved shirt. In such a cold basement, she felt uncomfortable all over. "Do you still remember Killer Crocodile from that day? It's similar to that one. I've frozen it." At this time, Laura also felt a bone-piercing chill. Thinking back to the time when they first met, she nodded as if she understood. She was no longer the person who took the lead. She waved her hand and gestured to the people behind her. "You guys go and take a look. The temperature inside is very low. Don't touch it with your skin." Thea felt extremely cold in such a short time. She told Gu Yen to stay away from her and ran to the elevator alone. Halfway through the run, Thea suddenly realized something. Where was the female doctor who was thought to be mentally ill? He seemed to still be tied to the hospital bed. Did he catch a cold too? They didn't know each other, so she could only blame herself for being unlucky. Hopefully, the heavens would help her. After drinking 2 cups of hot coffee in the facility on the ground, she finally felt less cold. The design of Cisco Ramon's gun was very good, but it had high requirements for the user. Thea shivered even with her strong physique. It was hard to imagine how much pain Captain Frigid, an ordinary person, had to endure. This person's original intention was to toy with the Flash. After enduring so much, his genetic chain was damaged. She had to admit that he was a strong person. Just as she was wondering whether she should fly back or let them send her back, Laura, who was out of breath from running, pulled her back. "What's that thing you've frozen? Help me explain it in detail. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain it to Amanda." Okay. I saw a part of that person's memory. She was born in a small village in West Africa about 600 years ago. She received the secret inheritance of voodoo, which was very popular at that time. The locals called her the Enchanted Witch. After that, there was a large gap in her memory. When she regained consciousness, she was already on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean in Peru. It's unknown if the early colonists transported her. The last memory she had was that careless doctor of yours who destroyed her place of hibernation. That's about the situation. Thea looked at Lara's dizzy eyes. She was also quite depressed. She thought that it was just a small favor, but who knew that it would cause so much trouble? In the original plot, Amanda could think of using the heart to control the Enchanted Witch, but now the female doctor's host had frozen to death. Thea was afraid of trouble, so she didn't ask. She didn't know and didn't care whether the plot would follow the same direction as the plot. She reached out to greet Laura, leaving her to ponder on how to write the report. Thea didn't wait for them to pick her up and directly flew back to Star City. She thought that Amanda would come the next day, but the dark-skinned woman didn't come. Instead, a little kid came. Damian Wayne, who looked childish but had a serious expression, handed Thea a long bag. "The sword you wanted." Thea opened the bag. The hilt and scabbard were 1.5 meters long and 25 centimeters wide. The whole thing was very heavy. The scabbard was engraved with magic patterns, which was a language that Thea couldn't understand. Thea didn't reach out to touch the hilt. She needed to observe it carefully. The hilt was golden, and the head of the sword was a ferocious demon's head. The arms of the demon formed the crisscrossing patterns on the hilt, and then the demon's hands interlocked to form the handguard. Thea used several methods to detect the sword, but she didn't find any traps on the sword. Then she summoned a light ball and circled around the sword a few times, but she didn't find any abnormalities. "You're too careful." Damian Wayne couldn't help but mock her. He knew what she was doing, no matter how stupid he was. Thea didn't want to talk nonsense with the little kid. Under his horrified gaze, she created a clone and instructed her to get the sword. Clang! With a crisp sound, the whole sword was pulled out. The clone and the real body exchanged information. After confirming that it was safe, Thea took the sword and looked at it carefully. What a good sword! After removing the hilt, the blade was more than 1 meter long and 12 centimeters wide. It was unknown what material it was made of, but the blade was pale white. Anyone with a normal mind would associate it with the color of bones at first glance. They could vaguely hear the wails of the dead on the sword. In the middle of the blade, there was a dark red blood groove that couldn't be seen by ordinary people, but Thea could see it with the eye of Horus. But before she could take a closer look, she felt a mysterious suction force in the blood groove, and a small part of her gaze was sucked in. Thea quickly turned her head. She waved it a few times. "It seems a little light." As soon as Thea had a similar feeling, she saw that the sword seemed to sense her strength and gradually increased its weight until it matched her strength. There was no doubt that this was a divine artifact, or a demonic artifact. Thea's own Godslayer and Diana's Vulcan's sword were both divine artifacts. The three swords were similar in nature, but their auras were completely different. Chapter 309. Not to mention its ability to absorb energy, the sword itself contained a huge amount of power. As a magic weapon, its attributes were very good. Thea tried to infuse dark magic into the sword, and found that the emotions transmitted from the hilt were desire, greed, and more importantly, excitement. That's right, the sword was transmitting a signal of excitement to Thea. God knew how many years it had waited, and finally it was nourished by magic again. The blade was faintly vibrating. Thea swung the sword and withdrew the magic and directly sheathed the sword. The sword was a little too pleased with itself. It had actually tempted Thea to go on a so-called killing spree. It would be a joke if Thea, who brainwashed others every day, was brainwashed and controlled by a sword. Thea did not directly put the sword into the ring. Instead, she looked at Damian and said, "I'm very satisfied. You can learn magic from me." Damian's little face was tense, and he was obviously relieved. As for the time and place, it was the small forest where Malcolm taught Thea. It was quiet and remote, and no one would disturb them. The original owner of the land was Old Ma, and now it was under Tommy's name. Anyway, he was still in Gotham with Laurel, so there was usually no one there. She told Damian to find a place to rest and wait for her in the forest at night. Thea continued to busy herself with the various matters of the company. It was not until sunset that she slowly walked towards the forest that had given her hope. It was the cycle of nature, and now it was her turn to give others hope. Thea recalled as she walked, but suddenly she stopped and looked not far behind her. An extremely tall and thin old man walked out from the shadows and was looking at her not far away. He was wearing a black robe with a high collar. His face was cold, and his eyes were filled with wisdom and vicissitudes. Ninja Master? Thea was a little surprised. This old man actually came out on his own. Needless to say, he must have followed Damien all the way here. Thea did not know if Damien had been honest with him, or if there was something else going on. You know me? Child, can you really teach Damien those mystical knowledge? Ninja Master stared at Thea with his hands behind his back. I'm a man of my word, but his completion of the mission seems to be a little different from what I expected. Thea could tolerate failure, but she did not like betrayal. Failure was a matter of ability, while betrayal was a matter of morality. Ninja Master didn't answer her question directly. He lowered his head and organized his words. Without my acquiescence, it's impossible for him and Talia to get the magic sword from me. Thea was dubious about this. Since it had already happened, she could say whatever he wanted. Are you going to take back your sword? This time, Ninja Master answered without hesitation. I want to see if you are qualified to hold that sword. Thea smiled. If it was 3 years ago, a Ninja Master would be the highest peak she could see. But now, he was just an old man with great martial arts skills. How do you want to see it? I want to experience your magic through martial arts. Ninja Master said, as he pulled out a sword from his waist. Thea glanced at it and saw that it was just an ordinary steel sword. As you wish. Thea could feel that Ninja Master didn't have any intention to kill her. This old man was very open, or rather, he didn't need to hide his actions with lies anymore. Thea didn't use the ring of light or the divine bow. She raised her hand and threw an oil spell at his feet. Ninja Master's expression was calm. A sleeve arrow with an iron chain popped out from his left wrist and stuck on a tree trunk by the roadside. Ninja Master jumped up, stomped on the tree trunk with his feet, and took a small turn to attack Thea. TSK. Batman was indeed from the same lineage as him. Thea's hands drew a beautiful curve, drawing 2 inscriptions in the air. She opened her 5 fingers, and a small ball of white material flew out and expanded with the wind. By the time the white material reached Ninja Master, it had already turned into a large net covering the sky and the earth. Amazing! Ninja Master could only use the same trick again. He dodged the net again and threw a dart in the air. Thea didn't move. She pointed at the center of the dart with her left hand and changed the direction of the dart with her finger. She picked up the dart with her right hand, infused it with her fire magic, and threw it in the opposite direction. Here you go. The Alliance's hidden weapon technique. Ninja Master looked at the red ball and didn't dare to take it directly. He quickly ran to the side and dodged. Boom! The fire magic made close contact with the tree and caused an explosion on the spot like a grenade. Ninja Master saw that Thea didn't move at all and was casting spells with all her strength. He knew that he underestimated this woman. He took out something from the cloth bag at his waist and threw it to the ground. Thea looked at him surrounded by smoke and was a little speechless. This old man was an enhanced version of Batman without high-tech weapons. Originally, he could only slightly change the magic circuit of a half-cast spell and turn it into another spell. Old man, you have to be careful. Watch out for my shadow leopard. She summoned a creature from the shadow realm. The leopard's green eyes looked back and forth in the smoke. Soon, it turned into a gust of wind and silently ran into the smoke. But in less than 10 seconds, the shadow leopard was directly hit. Although its body was light in the air, the fierce light in its eyes dissipated a lot. Young woman, you underestimated me. Just as Thea was thinking about what spell to use, Ninja Master came out from behind her diagonally. The two were less than 5 meters apart. Thea drew the Godslayer and blocked the opponent's slash. At the same time, she threw a punch. "You underestimated me too." Ninja Master finally found this golden opportunity. How could he be willing to open up the distance between them again? The blade changed from a vertical slash to a horizontal one. At the same time, his left hand and Thea's fist collided. With a muffled bang, the two of them took half a step back at the same time. They were a little surprised. Although Thea was far inferior to Diana, the transformation of the divine power was all around. She used almost 70% of her strength in this punch, but she did not expect that the opponent's physical fitness was not bad. The punch was actually a draw. Demonized body? The only thing comparable to the transformation of the divine power was to demonize oneself. Considering Ninja Master's life experience, this was the most reasonable explanation. Thea did not use her full strength. In fact, Ninja Master was cautious all year round and also did not use his full strength. Seeing that his punch, which was far superior to ordinary people, did not take Thea down, his attitude became more serious. At this time, the Shadow Leopard rejoined the battle, 2 against 1 with Thea to deal with Ninja Master. Rope technique. Thea waved her sword in her right hand to resist the opponent's attacks. Her left hand completed a spell. As if it had a life of its own, the magic rope wrapped around Ninja Master's feet. At the same time, the Shadow Leopard attacked the middle. Thea's long sword swept towards his head. The Ninja Master's martial arts skills were really impressive. He flicked the magic rope with his sword, jumped up with his legs, and kicked the Shadow Leopard away. He didn't care about closing the distance anymore. He grabbed Sia's wrist that was holding the sword and threw her out. Chapter 310. However, what made the Ninja Master speechless was that although Thea was thrown out by him, she could still fly without the help of the light ring. Thea made a 360-degree turn in the air, and the long sword in her hand slashed diagonally at his wrist. Clang! The Ninja Master blocked the sword with a steel wrist guard, and at the same time, the mechanism on the wrist guard was activated. His 2 fine teeth bit the edge of the sword, and his right hand clenched into a fist and punched Thea's face. Thea suddenly turned in the air again, and her left foot met the Ninja Master's fist. With the force of this blow, she pulled the long sword out of the mechanism, and her body was suspended in the air. The Ninja Master made a sound similar to a humph from his nose. His opponent's actions did not conform to the rules of physics, which made him unable to use many of his exquisite moves. Especially when he was in the air, how could he fight? But he had nothing to complain about. Before, he had vowed that he would use martial arts to learn magic. Now he had seen magic, but the process was a bit sullen. Thea paused for a few seconds in the air and found that the Ninja Master did not make any further moves. The Ninja Master was almost half demonized, but he did not seem to be able to fly. Was he hiding his strength, or did the demon only strengthen his body and did not give him any strength at all? If there was no accident, it should be the latter. If he dared to make a deal with the demon, he should have the awareness now. Thea respected him, but she did not sympathize with him. In the past 800 years, many families had been destroyed because of his existence. His soul was more or less contaminated with the demon's nature. Thea just wanted to use this old man to test her new move. With a smile on her face, she raised her hand and cast the dark magic she was most familiar with. A large cloud of black fog covered an area of 100 meters. Want a sneak attack? I have trained thousands of assassins. Young man, you are using the wrong method. The Ninja Master did not panic. He was not boasting. He must have figured out how to sneak attack and how to prevent sneak attack. Of course, Thea would not be so naive as to think that the enemy would be caught off guard. She had been referring to the Charm Witch's teleportation over the past few days, and combined it with her own magical theories. She had come up with a new trick. In this black fog, Thea could teleport herself to any place with magic at any time, using magic to teleport and martial arts to attack the enemy. This was also the first time she tried to combine martial arts and magic. The charming witch herself had no fighting experience. She only knew how to grab, knock, and scratch. Thea's level of martial arts and her vision for finding the enemy's flaws were much higher than hers. With the combination of the two, the ninja master, who was skilled in martial arts, was quickly beaten to a pulp. Is this also magic? Amazing! The ninja master was a little flustered at first, but he soon calmed down and methodically dealt with Thea's attack. His reaction was extremely fast. Thea continuously changed her position, alternating between real and fake movements, but she didn't cause any damage to him. But the ninja master's experience was really rich, and he quickly found a way to break the situation. The old man was born with amazing intuition, and he was familiar with the flaws of his own moves. He repeatedly guessed the position where Thea would appear. As soon as Thea teleported, she would meet his long sword. After a few rounds, she could only continue to teleport. It's amazing that a pure martial artist can practice to this extent. Thea had teleported more than 10 times, but she still couldn't defeat the ninja master. She had to say that she was impressed. Your martial arts are also good, but you practice the martial arts of the Assassin League, right? The ninja master just casually asked. He had taught too many disciples, and after 800 years, who knew how many there were? So he just said it, and didn't expect to get a formal answer. Of course, Thea wouldn't be so honest about the origin of her martial arts. The two sides exchanged a few more moves. Thea felt that her moves still needed to be improved. In theory, there was no big problem, but in practice, there were still some areas that were not easy to use. She didn't know if that guy had thawed. Next time, she should see if the charm witches had any tricks when teleporting. Withdrawing the black fog, the surroundings were lit up by the moonlight again. I want to see your martial arts. Thea landed on the ground, holding the sword with both hands. Although she felt that there was a gap between her and the ninja master, she still wanted to see how big the gap was. The ninja master was a little surprised. Give up your magic and compete with me in martial arts? You have courage. Except for Bruce, you are the best young person I have seen in the past 100 years. I accept your challenge. The ninja master held the sword in his right hand, pointing the tip to the ground, waiting for Thea to make the first move. He was very confident in his martial arts. After 800 years of hard practice, he had practiced all kinds of skills in the world to the peak. As long as he didn't use those mysterious means, he was not afraid of anyone. Thea's martial arts must be outstanding in the eyes of ordinary people, but in his eyes, it was just not bad. Thea suppressed the excitement in her heart. It was a rare opportunity to compare notes with a martial arts master. She was eager to know the level of her martial arts that she had practiced for several years. She didn't want to win. After all, she had only practiced for a few years. She just wanted to know her shortcomings. Do you mind if I use a bow? Thea put away the Godslayer and took out the divine longbow. She felt that it was unfair to win, so she changed to a normal bow and prepared to use her archery skills. Sure, Ninja Master didn't see where she got the weapon from, but he was still very calm. Although he didn't use a bow now, all the people who had been trained by him, without exception, had powerful archery skills. It wasn't strange that Sia knew how to shoot an arrow. It was normal. The divine power of the goddess of the hunt had greatly enhanced her archery skills. Now, even if she didn't use a divine longbow, her normal arrows could still cause great damage. Bang, bang, bang. 3 arrows were shot in an instant, and the 3 arrows almost locked the ninja master in any way. Since the ninja master could predict where she would teleport, Thea could also predict where he would most likely dodge. In a battle, it was not only a competition of experience, but also a competition of wits. Good. The ninja master only had time to shout, and the 3 arrows were already in front of him. He didn't panic, and he used the sword in his right hand to cut off one of the arrows. At the same time, he used his wrist guard to block another arrow. The last arrow was firmly caught by his left hand. He threw away the arrow and took out 2 throwing knives from his bag. One was fast, and the other was slow. However, the ninja master made his first mistake since the start of the battle. He misjudged Thea's agility. Even without the help of magic, Thea's agility was far beyond the limits of an ordinary person. She reacted quickly, exerting force on her legs and leaping. In between the 3 actions of leaping, reaching a high point, and landing on the ground, she shot 5 arrows in one breath. Each arrow was faster than the last. The ninja master could only deal with it and didn't have time to retaliate. Thea's attack didn't stop at all. She moved quickly through the forest, and from time to time, a large number of arrows would be shot from the gaps between the trees. Chapter 3:11. If the ninja master did not want to take the arrows head-on, he could only continue to retreat, and the distance between the 2 would only increase. Many years ago, Thea used the same tactic to deal with Malcolm as she did today. However, the ninja master was not Malcolm. He chose to go against the flow. His tall and thin figure weaved through the rain of arrows. Using his superb eyesight and skillful footwork, he dodged every arrow by a hair's breadth. If he could not dodge the arrows, he would hit them with his longsword. The distance between the 2 was visibly closing. Amazing! Thea felt that her archery skills had exceeded her usual level. Even Green Arrow might not be able to reach this level in the future. She focused her mind, and her eyes wandered back and forth between the ninja master's steps. Her brain was rapidly calculating where the ninja master's next step would land. She pulled the bowstring and shot the arrow without aiming. The arrow seemed to have hit the air, but the ninja master felt very uncomfortable. His forward movement was interrupted, and if he took another step forward, he would be hit by the arrow. He hurriedly withdrew his foot halfway. Although it didn't cause any damage, his tiger-like momentum was directly cut in half. Momentum was something that could not be seen or touched, but it could not be ignored, unless the gap between the 2 was very large. There was definitely a gap between Thea and the ninja master, but it was far from the point where he could ignore her. Limited by the nature of the world, the ninja master had spent hundreds of years honing his skills, making his martial arts more skillful and natural. It was impossible to rely on the accumulation of time to practice any amazing martial arts. Thea took advantage of this and constantly looked for the ninja master's footsteps. After 3 arrows, the ninja master's momentum was completely gone. However, this person was really good. He changed his thunderous attack into the pressure of Mount Tai, slowed down his footsteps, and tried to build a new momentum, steadily pushing towards Thea. This old man had a perfect grasp of momentum. He had combined psychology and martial arts very well. Coupled with his confidence that had been cultivated for hundreds of years, anyone who faced his first attack would be scared before the fight even started. Sia knew that she couldn't let him continue to build up momentum. Otherwise, she might not be able to withstand the opponent's full-force attack with her martial arts. Thea threw away the bow and took out an ordinary steel longsword. She automatically ignored everything around her. There was only this tall and thin old man in front of her. Thea quickly rushed towards him. After closing the distance, Thea did not hesitate at all and directly slashed down with her sword. The ninja master had no choice but to stop his charge and use his long sword to block the attack. He had never been afraid of close combat. He turned his sword in a half circle and changed from a block to a stab, aiming directly at Thea's face. Thea could naturally predict his change of moves. She somersaulted in the air, kicked his wrist away, and stabbed the sword in her hand towards his lower abdomen. This time, it was different from Thea's previous sneak attack. The two of them were fighting with real martial arts, and their moves were very fast. Thea consecutively switched between 3 different sword styles, while Ninja Master's sword style was probably self-created. It was heavy, steady, and had a taste of the battlefield. Young man, your swordsmanship is not bad, but it still can't compare to mine. The Ninja Master's right hand made a feint, and suddenly the sword moved to his left hand. Thea was caught off guard, and the long sword cut a hole in her clothes on the shoulder. Although the two of them did not mention the fight, they both knew that it was more of an exchange of pointers. It was impossible for this kind of ordinary steel sword to hurt Thea, but the fact that her clothes were cut still indicated a lot of things. If it was not for the transformation of divine power, she would have been injured by this sword. Left-handed sword. Thea was a little surprised when she saw it, but that was all. Modern society was not like ancient times where warriors fought every day. There were too many ways to attack. Would it be okay to hold a pistol in the left hand? For Thea herself, casting spells with her left hand was more important. She had never practiced using a sword with her left hand, so it was not very useful. But in order to continue the exchange of pointers with this old man, Thea had to be careful of his unpredictable swordsmanship. If she was hit 17 or 18 times, she would not be injured, but it would be embarrassing. She took out a small round shield from the space ring and held it in her left hand. That's right. This was a 100% modern replica of Diana's shield. When the two of them were together, they didn't do it every day. Occasionally, they would exchange martial arts skills. This sword and shield combination was Diana's best martial arts skill. A shield. The Ninja Master's eyes lit up instantly. He was active in the late period of cold weapons, and in the early period of matchlock guns. Antiques, like shields, had long been retired from the list of weapons. Now that he saw Thea take out such a simple round shield, his curiosity instantly emerged. He calmly slowed down his attack, wanting to see what was so ingenious about her combination of sword and shield. Thea was influenced by Diana. At first, she just casually learned a few moves for fun, but her fighting skills were there for all to see. In addition, when the Ninja Master deliberately stepped back, she still danced vigorously. At first, the Ninja Master thought that Thea was only using it to defend against his left hand, but he soon realized that her sword and shield were very well coordinated. There was a classical beauty in the way she attacked and defended. This was definitely not a move that she came up with on a whim. This woman had a very strong foundation. Not bad. In all my years, I have never seen anyone who uses a shield so well. The Ninja Master only defended and did not attack in order to see all of her moves. He was at a disadvantage. When Thea showed him all of her moves, he still had a lingering aftertaste, but as he began to exert his strength, the battle between the two was about to be evened out. Thea struggled to hold on. To be honest, Diana's martial arts were not much better than the contemporary grandmasters of combat on Earth. She used her high attributes to crush her enemies. The combination of sword and shield that Thea learned from her was a little messy, but the divinity that she inherited from Ares, the god of war, displayed its unyielding nature. Thea slowly took a step deeper into the foundation of Diana's sword and shield. Huh, did you come up with these moves at the last minute? As her opponent, the Ninja Master had the deepest understanding of Thea's moves. He had seen many of her moves before, but as the battle dragged on, the moves in her hands started to change slightly. Originally, it was a sword attack and shield defense, but with a slight change in the moves, it became a shield attack and sword defense. When the ninja master changed his moves, she changed her moves accordingly. This made the ninja master feel a little uncomfortable. A mystic sorcerer was able to fight him, a martial artist who had practiced martial arts for hundreds of years, to this extent. Could it be that the overall quality of mages was so high? He did not know that this was all due to the divinity of the god of war. He thought that Thea could change her moves during the battle. This was a little unacceptable to him, especially when he thought about how Thea gave up her strong points and used her weak points to fight with him for so long. He felt a little uneasy. "I'm not fighting anymore." After forcing Thea back with 2 moves, the ninja master sheathed his sword and stood still. The old man was a man of his words. If he said that he would not fight, then he would not fight. Chapter 3:12. He did not want to fight, and Thea could not force him to. She shook her head and put away her weapon. Neither of them mentioned the demon sword. To Ninja Master, the sword was more troublesome than beneficial. It was not a bad thing to be able to get rid of it this way. About Damien? Ninja Master asked uneasily. Logically speaking, if Damien was discovered, it meant that the mission was not completed. According to the habits of the Assassin League, this was definitely a mission failure. The result was either death or a new mission. That was why he asked. Thea thought carefully. "I will teach Damien, but the favor I owe the League will be written off." Thea did not know how much Ninja Master knew about Malcolm, but it was not difficult to find out the relationship between the two. Moreover, Thea felt that the martial arts of the Assassin League had given her the capital to rise in this chaotic world. This favor could be traced back to Ninja Master. "Okay, that's it. I'll leave Damien to you." Ninja Master did not hesitate. His tall and thin figure walked into the forest alone. Thea stayed where she was. After 3 minutes, a thin figure walked out from the other side of the forest. It was Damian Wayne. At this moment, the brat was a little embarrassed. "I didn't know he would follow me." Thea looked at him coldly. "I expected too much of you." The one thing Damien could not stand in his life was being told that he was not good enough. When he heard Thea's words, he wanted to refute, but in the end, he lowered his head. Little brat, quite stubborn. Sia observed his reaction from the corner of her eyes. To deal with this kind of brat, you have to treat him badly. You have to make him tremble when he thinks of you. Talking about life and ideals like Batman is purely nonsense. Forget it. I'll let you pass this time. Your grandfather is still quite good to you. See aside a little. The Ninja Master's preference for boys over girls was especially obvious in this aspect. If Damien was a girl, he probably wouldn't even look at him. Grandfather's health. Damien wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. Thea slapped him on the forehead. It felt good. Your grandfather is in good health. If you don't learn magic, he'll still be alive after you die. Damien didn't understand the problem involved. Didn't the Ninja Master know that he was asking a tiger for its skin? Thea felt that even if he didn't know at first, he should have known after so many years. However, it was easy for him to get on the boat, but difficult for him to get off the boat. The demonization was eroding his body and soul. The two of them were not relatives, so Thea didn't want to stand up for him. The power of the 3-palace demon was not something that anyone could easily touch. He led Damien into the forest and instructed him to sit cross-legged. Ninja Master must have plundered a lot of magic books over the years, but no matter which one of you read them, you won't be able to learn anything, right? Thea also sat on the ground and looked at the nervous Damien. Yes, grandfather spent a lot of effort on this. We call this initial process the bloodline awakening. First of all, you don't have the method. Second, there is no one with magic power to preside over it. Last but not least, you don't have much magic power bloodline. Speaking of this, Thea was a little sad. The soul awakening cup that the swamp monster gave her was definitely a semi-divine artifact. That tattered picture scroll had also replaced the source of magic transformation to a certain extent. With all kinds of opportunities, Thea was able to achieve what she had today. How is your condition? If the bloodline awakening ceremony starts, it will consume a lot of your blood. If you faint, I can't guarantee that it will succeed. Sia asked casually. The entry requirements for this path of magic were too harsh. Some things had to be made clear. At least Damien had her guidance. His conditions were much better than when she was a blind cat that had hit a dead mouse. Damien answered quickly and firmly. I can do it. Even if I die, I won't faint. Even if it's intense pain, you can't faint. Can you do it? I can. You've lost 1/5 of your blood. Can you stay awake? I can. Okay, then I'll take a break first. Fighting with your grandfather for half a day was exhausting. Thea jumped onto a nearby tree after saying that. Uffed. Damien was still boiling with excitement. He suddenly felt a little dizzy after being hit by her. In his panic, he wanted to say something, but he almost bit his tongue. Thea naturally wouldn't be so bored as to play with a child. She was indeed a little tired. Drawing a magic formation required a lot of mental and physical effort. She decided to leave it to her clone. A pure black shadow walked out of her body. Soon, the shadow's appearance and body became the same as hers. The clone glanced at her in annoyance, then lowered its head and started drawing this extraordinarily complicated magic formation. Damien looked up at Thea on the tree, then turned to look at the clone drawing the magic formation. Previously, he had only seen Thea's clone ability in a hurry once in her office. It was far from being in such close proximity. The naughty child's mouth was wide open. He had forgotten what he wanted to say just now. The magic formation for the spirit awakening bloodline was troublesome and complicated. It only had one purpose. Perhaps there were some simplified versions. However, Thea only knew this magic formation recorded in the Constantine family's magic book. The clone drew for more than an hour before it was finally finished. The clone instructed Damien, "Stay here obediently. You can talk." Damien was shocked. He had always thought that this was something like a robot. However, the clone had expressions and could talk. This made him a little confused. The clone didn't say much to him and quickly returned to its original body. Thea slowly woke up. The clone's existence also consumed her stamina. However, in the night, her recovery speed was greatly increased. With the addition and subtraction, her stamina recovered quite a bit. She walked around the magic formation and checked it again. Then, she took out the magic book and compared it with it. There were no mistakes. With her presiding over it, there was no need for any ancestors test. The magic power for Damien's first awakening was provided by her, so it was relatively safer. She reached out and pointed at Damien. Magic restrained his movements and brought him to the center of the magic formation. "I'm starting." Thea casually set up a soundproof barrier. If someone passed by and heard him shouting and thought that she was abusing a child, that would be ridiculous. Damien didn't care whether she could see him or not. He clenched his fists and nodded heavily. This magic was very simple. Many of the syllables could only be uttered by curling the tongue. Thea's expression was unusually serious. She chanted the incantation with her hand gestures. Her voice constantly spread through the air in the forest. Before the old echoes disappeared, new sounds rang out again. Under the rise and fall, some kind of resonance was formed. The forest was filled with an indescribable rhythm. Fortunately, this was not a battle. If one's spirit was tired, they could rest for a while. Thea rested for a total of 3 times before she finally completed the magic. She pointed her finger at a certain spot in the magic formation. The whole magic formation seemed to have activated some kind of mechanism and gradually lit up. Chapter 3:13. Damien originally wanted to act calm and let this woman see his manliness, but he underestimated the power of this spell and overestimated the limits of his 6-year-old body. There seemed to be something wriggling in his blood vessels, itching terribly. It felt like there was a sharp knife squeezing between his bones and skin, bringing him severe pain. 2 extreme feelings were constantly attacking his central nervous system. He only held on for less than a minute before he saw double, and there was a roar in his ears. He had received some basic training in the Assassin League, so he knew that there was nothing in front of him, and there was no loud noise in his ears. This was all because his brain could not process too much information in a short period of time, causing visual and auditory difficulties. He closed his eyes and tried to block out the noise around him, recalling the method taught by the ninja master, and tried to concentrate on what was in front of him. Call me if you can't hold on. Damien closed his eyes and vaguely heard Thea's voice. Afraid that he was hallucinating, he opened one eye and saw that Thea was quickly flipping through a thick book with a black cover. As if feeling his gaze, Thea waved her hand. This girl, has she never done this before? The so-called bloodline activation. She has never tried it on anyone, right? Is she using me as a test subject? Damien looked at Thea's serious expression and could not help but have a similar guess. Of course, it was Thea's first time casting this spell. After all, it was hard to find a person with a bloodline in modern society. Damien's talent could be said to be barely enough. If someone helped him, he would be able to enter the door. If no one helped him, he would be old enough to be a warrior. His talent was not as good, and the effect of the magic circle drawn by Thea was too strong. The combination of the two made Damien, who had a strong will, unable to hold on for more than a minute. Seeing that Damien was still clenching his teeth, Thea was afraid that something would happen to him. So she followed the method in the book and weakened the magic output of the magic circle. Phew! Damien let out a long breath. The numbness and itchiness disappeared, leaving only a piercing pain. It was much easier to bear with it alone. His eyebrows were still furrowed, but his clenched teeth had loosened. At this moment, Thea's lazy voice reached his ears again. Do you feel better now? The magic output of the magic circuit has been reduced by half, but the ritual time has been doubled. It will last for about 3 hours. 3 hours. Damien, who was trying his best to endure the pain with his eyes closed, nearly jumped up. If it was 10 minutes or 15 minutes, he could still endure it, but 3 hours. The thought of giving up had just surfaced in his mind when he dispelled it. He, Damien Wayne, would never admit defeat, nor could he admit defeat. If others could do it, he would do it too. A great opportunity was right in front of him. Thinking back to the hundreds of years of anticipation of a ninja master, wasn't it just 3 hours? Bear with it. Time passed slowly. Damien did not know how much time had passed, but he suddenly realized that he was not in so much pain anymore. Was his body numb? He used his heart to feel for a while. This was one of the factors, but more importantly, his physical fitness had become stronger. Stronger. No one knew how much Damien longed for this word in his heart. His father was not by his side when he was young. The only people who accompanied him were his mother, who was full of resentment, and the old man who was known by everyone as the leader of the demons. Damien had set a goal for himself since he could remember. He wanted to be strong, to have power, and not let others interfere with his destiny. Although the change was slow, he could feel from his heart that was beating more and more vigorously and his bones that were getting tougher and tougher. His physical fitness was rising rapidly. In the past, he would have to put in 10 times or even 100 times more effort in exchange for this little bit of improvement. Today, he could gain strength just by sitting here. This was the mysterious magic. He could not help but steal a glance at Thea again. Our young lady did not have the patience to watch him grit his teeth. At this time, she was resting her chin with her hand and resting with her eyes closed. Damien swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. This girl probably did not care about his gratitude, but she could fight with his grandfather for so long with only martial arts. He could not tell that she was quite powerful. Thea was not asleep. She had been secretly observing Damien in the magic circle. After all, he was Batman's son. The purpose of pretending to be asleep was that she was afraid of trouble. What was the use of receiving the gratitude of a 6-year-old child? The pain finally ended, and what followed was numbness and itchiness. Damien, whose physical fitness had improved a lot, had already expected this. He did not panic and endured it. It was as if there were thousands of insects crawling in his blood vessels. That kind of soreness was not something that ordinary people could endure. Damien hoped that the pain just now could come back to replace the numbness and itchiness. Unfortunately, he also knew that this was a necessary process. In order to become stronger, he had to continue to endure it. After some time, he finally heard Thea say, "Rest for a while and prepare for the next stage." Her voice was like the sound of nature. Damien's body was as if he had been fished out of water. His short black hair was stuck to his forehead, and a trace of stubbornness could be seen in his blue eyes. However, his hands could not help but tremble. Thea used Magician's hand to pull him out of the magic circle. The body strengthening stage is over. The next stage is the official bloodline condensation. You will suffer a lot of blood loss. In order to prevent you from becoming a cripple in the future, go to the side and move around. Adjust your body's condition. Damien panted heavily, trying to calm his breathing. Not long after, he felt that his body was different from before. First of all, the most obvious difference was that he had grown taller. Secondly, his vision was farther, and his hearing was sharper. He did a few punches and kicks. The most obvious feeling was that his strength and speed had increased by a lot. The 3 hours of suffering were not in vain. After moving around for a while, he gradually grasped the new strength and did a few somersaults. He was agile and his movements were light. Although he could do it before, it was not as easy as now. "You've recovered enough. Let's continue." After getting his consent, Thea put him back into the magic circle again and began the second stage, which was also the most critical stage of bloodline purification. The magic circle was light black before, but now it was light red. At first, Damien did not feel anything different, but soon a wave of weakness came over him. As someone who understood the structure of the human body, he knew that this was Sia's so-called bloodline purification period. A large amount of blood was artificially consumed, and the magic circle could help him extract the most essential part of the blood. This was the beginning of the path of mystery. Unlike the previous stage, where he had to grit his teeth and endure, Damien now had to deal with endless weakness. His face was getting paler and paler, and his blood was flowing out rapidly. He had to try his best to stay awake and not pass out because of excessive blood loss. Chapter 3:14. What can I do to help? Seeing Damien's pale little face, Batman, who didn't want to show his face, came out from behind the tree. Impossible. This is the most critical step for him. The bloodline can't be faked. If you give him a blood transfusion now, it will definitely alleviate his symptoms, but I can't guarantee what will happen after the bloodline is purified. Thea had felt him spying on her when she first fought with the ninja master. These 3 generations were quite interesting. On the surface, they seemed indifferent to each other, but in fact, only they knew the bond between them. Batman wasn't in the mood to chat with her. He waited anxiously. Don't worry, this magic circle is very safe. Damien is still young. In theory, the younger the bloodline is purified, the higher his future achievements will be. I'm also watching over him. To be honest, this kid's luck is much better than mine. I didn't have anyone to watch over him back then. He had to rely on himself for everything. Your son is already very lucky, Thea said, half comforting and half reminding. Sure enough, Batman's face looked a lot better when he heard that Damien's future achievements would be higher. Although he was against supernatural forces, he neither supported nor opposed his son's path. As for Thea's so-called relying on oneself for everything, he could understand. Batman didn't know how much Thea had suffered in order to gain power, but it must have been very difficult and dangerous. Now that Damien had reached this step with almost no effort, it could be said that his identity had played a very important role. He really couldn't blame anyone for not seizing the opportunity in front of him. Batman stood silently to the side and watched the results. He looked like a parent waiting for his child to take an exam. The purification process was very fast. It was over in less than 10 minutes. The light of the magic circle dimmed. Damien looked at Thea with lifeless eyes. He didn't have the strength to speak, but the meaning in his eyes was very clear. Was it done? Thea scanned Damien's body with her psychic power. Damien's body was so weak that a gust of wind could blow him away, but he had taken the most important step in his life. He already had a faint trace of magic. Congratulations, the effect is good. Phew. Damien exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Unable to hold on any longer, he fell to the ground and fainted. Seeing Batman's eager expression, Thea knew that she had nothing else to do. Take him home and have him rest. 3 days later, let him come here to find me to officially start learning. After returning to her residence, Thea took out the demon sword. She ignored the malice coming from the sword and examined it carefully. It had to be said that the demon's smithing skills were slightly better than the gods. Perhaps it was because the original purpose of this sword was different. This sword was filled with madness, bloodthirst, savagery, and other emotions. Those with weak willpower would not be able to use this demonic sword. The divine sword, which had lower attributes than the demonic sword, could be used without restriction. From this point of view, it was not easy to judge which one was better. Thea didn't care about exploring the depths of human nature with her magic sword and divine sword. In a way, she was very similar to Damien. She only wanted to obtain power. She took out the Isis talisman that the dark-skinned woman gave her that day, aimed at the damaged part of the talisman, and stabbed it with the sword. A large amount of pure magic power was transmitted into her body through the sword. Thea didn't absorb it directly, but transferred most of it into the unicorn tattoo. During the 2 trips back and forth, the sudden increase and decrease in magic power caused great damage to the unicorn tattoo. In order not to affect Thea's combat power, Arthas suffered the backlash of the huge drop in magic power alone. She hadn't recovered in the past 2 years. It wasn't until Thea had transmitted nearly 50% of her magic power that Arthas' voice came out intermittently. Her voice was no longer that of a young and beautiful girl, but more like a cute baby's voice. That's enough. You can absorb the rest. Thea began to use the magic power to improve herself. After several transformations by divine power, her body had already exceeded the range of bloodline purification. All the organs in her body had turned golden, and there was a trickle in her blood that was invisible to the naked eye. It was as if there was a light blue circulatory system in addition to the blood circulation. This light blue liquid was her magic power. Now, the magic power in the Isis talisman had injected new content into this small river. The color was gradually deepening. and the total amount was rapidly increasing. There seemed to be a glimmer in the river, which was a sign that the magic power was about to be filled. Thea stopped absorbing and pulled out her sword. She first observed the talisman. The surface of the talisman was even more broken, although there was a possibility of error. The talisman could still let her absorb it 3 or 4 times. About 5 or 6 years of magic power. Thea casually cast a few spells. She was still very experienced in the sudden increase in magic power. She could adapt to the increase in magic power for 100 years. This time it was only 5 or 6 years, so it wouldn't affect her at all. The magic power of the talisman was really abundant. She believed that any mortal who put on the talisman could become a peerless mage. But whether this person would still be the same person after that, only God knew. For the first time, most of the magic power was transferred to an unknown corner by the magic sword. Thea thought that most of it was absorbed by the demons. This was also within her expectations. She was even happy to see this. If that crazy woman Isis wanted to find trouble, she would first find the demons in the 3 palaces. Thinking about that scene, it was really beautiful. In the remaining small part, Thea gave a part to the unicorn, and the rest belonged to her. Even such a small part was equivalent to her 5 or 6 years of accumulation. She had to admit that the total amount of magic power in the talisman was really powerful. Thea nervously summoned the unicorn. The response was very fast, and the unicorn that she hadn't seen for a long time finally came to her side again. The tall horse of the past was gone, and the wings on its ribs were also gone. But it was not as big as the palm of her hand when she first summoned it. Now, the unicorn was about the size of a 2-year-old colt if its horn was ignored. It was cuter when it was young. Thea laughed and played with the unicorn for a while. Then she sent it back to the space to rest. Next time, there was no need to fill its deficit. All the magic power was used to improve Thea's body. Even the unicorn could grow into an adult, and Thea could use the combination skill again. The strength of the ring was too idealistic. To be honest, Thea didn't like it. When it thought that it was strong, it was really strong. When its confidence was damaged, it would immediately wither. This was a bit unreliable for Thea, who seriously lacked a sense of security. What she needed was a practical and reliable power that could be controlled by herself. 3 days later, Thea waited for the unicorn to completely recover before she began the second absorption. The total amount of magic power she could store per unit of time also increased. This time, she had absorbed about 10 years' worth of magic power. The color of the magic power had transitioned from light blue to light blue. All in all, Thea now had almost 30 years' worth of total mana. Even in the glorious era of magic, this level of mana would be considered average. At the very least, it would be reasonable for her to be called a certain mage, and no one would criticize her for it. Chapter 3:15. That evening, Thea arrived at the grove on time. Sure enough, Damien had been eagerly waiting for her for a long time. Today, I'll officially start teaching you. Thea paused. She had been busy for several days and really didn't think about what to teach Damien. She had never been a teacher, so she didn't even think about how to teach him. Is there anything in particular that you want to learn? Thea pondered. She would first ask clearly and teach him what he was most interested in. When you were fighting with grandfather that day, you moved left and right in a cloud of black fog. I really want to learn that move. Damien seemed to have thought about this problem and said, hurriedly, this brat has good taste. Is he also planning to walk the path of magic and martial arts? Thea secretly thought, but this spell was indeed very suitable for him. It didn't have high magic requirements, but it had a much higher requirement for speed and reflexes, at least until Thea figured out the principle of Charm Witch's teleportation. She could only rely on her own high reflexes to make up for the lack of magic operation skills. Of course, I'll teach you the magic part. As for the martial arts part, Thea meant that he had a lot of martial arts masters in his family, so he didn't need her to teach him, right? Damien had dealt with her a few times and understood the general mentality of this woman. She was afraid of trouble, but there were many people who could teach him martial arts, so there was really no need to bother Thea. He immediately nodded and approved the teaching plan. Thea was very happy. This saved a lot of trouble. I said before that your attributes are dark and earth. Most of them are dark, and the earth is very little. You don't think that the light attribute is righteous and the dark attribute is evil, right? Damien shook his head very seriously. No, none of his 3 generations had anything to do with light. It would be strange if he awakened a light attribute. The dark attribute is strong in concealment and penetration. It's not as aggressive as the 4 major attributes of Earth: fire, water, and wind. But in modern society, before your magic accumulation reaches a certain level, technological weapons are better than elemental magic. Damien nodded as if he understood. Thea continued, "You're really lucky. Your attributes are very suitable for the current social environment. Stealth and unpredictable. That's your fighting style from now on." Hearing this, Damien was even happier. He had never intended to be a knight. Being able to secretly kill his opponent with a sword was in line with his character and family tradition. Thea taught him how to release his own magic. Damien's dark element was slightly different from Thea's. Damien's element was more aggressive, while Thea's was more flexible. There was no need to talk about which was better or worse. As long as it was used well, it could deal double the damage to the enemy. After a week of continuous teaching, Damien's basic magic power was not as good as Thea's. After all, he was still young. After puberty, the magic power in his body would usher in a period of eruption. This was also why many children of magic families would awaken their bloodlines at a very young age. They did not have the opportunity like Thea to obtain talismans or magic swords to artificially increase their magic power. What they did was to awaken their bloodlines at a young age and wait for the explosion of magic power during puberty. Although there was a certain risk compared to the growth of magic power in adulthood, this risk was bearable. By now, Damien could already cast dark magic. Of course, in terms of the range and the density of the smoke, it was far from Thea's. But the naughty kid was still so happy that he couldn't tell north from south. "Take it," Thea said as she threw him a pitch-black longsword. This was the sword of Osriel that was seized in Gotham. It had been used for a period of time. As the sword did not have a magic circle carved on it, it could only be considered a semi-finished product. Considering that this was Thea's first disciple, and it was of great significance, Thea worked with Diana over the weekend to draw the magic circle of the original black mist dagger onto this longsword. Diana could participate in the production of Batman's Hellbat armor in the future. According to the game, her secondary profession was enchantment forger. In this era, materials were scarce and could not be created. However, it was not a problem to create a longsword according to the drawings. Little Damien took the sword and found that it was a little long for him to use. However, it would be just right when he reached adulthood. He was not stupid and asked in disbelief, "It's for you. The sword is very sharp. Don't cut yourself when you swing it. A dark spell circle is carved on the sword. You need to use your own magic power to guide it. It can be cast once a day." Sia said casually, as if what she was giving away was not a magical weapon, but a wooden sword and saber that could be bought on the street for $50. Damien's nose twitched a little. He turned his little face to the side and said in a low voice, "Thank you, Thea pretended not to hear. Both of them were not very good at expressing their feelings. Just like that, they began their exclusive lessons. There was a theory lesson every 3 days and a combat lesson every 5 days. However, in less than half a month, Thea could not take it anymore. She dragged Damien to Batman, who was beating up criminals in Gotham. Seeing them coming out of the dark, Batman was a little confused. He grabbed the neck of the criminal in his hand and slammed it on the ground. A severely concussed patient was born. "What's the matter?" Batman, who was fearless in the face of Darkseid, was in a mess, especially when he saw Thea's unfriendly face and Damien's ashamed face. He imagined the scene of a naughty child being brought to his parents by a teacher. "This child of yours." Thea spoke in the tone of a young female teacher who was annoyed by a naughty child. "His foundation is too weak. A sorcerer is a profession that requires a lot of comprehensive knowledge. It's not like your friend in blue shirt and red cape, who can do it with just a little bit of strength. Have you taught Damien any conventional knowledge?" Thea fired a barrage of words at Batman. She thought that teaching would be easy, but after a week of theory lessons, she found a big problem. Damien's basic knowledge was a mess, but he was very stubborn and pretended to know everything. However, when it came to practical application, Thea immediately knew that she had wasted a few nights to come to Gotham tonight. Batman wiped the non-existent sweat off his forehead. As a top student, he really did not know what his son had learned. He thought that the Ninja Master had taught him everything, but the Ninja Master also thought that he should teach him, his biological father. The two knowledgeable experts had an illiterate child right under their noses. This made Batman feel a little embarrassed. "I will work hard to learn." Damien felt that he was losing confidence as he spoke. He secretly glanced at Thea and Batman before lowering his head. "This book, let him know all the words." "Bruce, I'm not asking for much, right?" Thea handed a thin book to Batman. Chapter 316. Batman did not even look at what was in his hand. When he heard that it was just basic literacy, he did not have the courage to refute. He was extremely ashamed and quickly nodded. No problem, leave it to me." I don't expect Damien to have high overall qualities, but he still needs to master basic mathematics, common sense science, and Latin. My standards have been lowered again and again. I really don't want to make things difficult for you." Thea was still talking nonstop when Batman quickly interrupted her. "Don't worry. I'll work hard to teach him these few days. I'll definitely teach him. I promise." Only when Thea flew away did Batman breathe a sigh of relief. He took off his hood, and his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. After hesitating for 3 seconds, he decided to let the criminals of Gotham have a few more days of fun. He needed to go back and get a feel for his son's knowledge structure. After casually testing a few questions, he realized that it was no wonder Thea was angry. This child's foundation was not bad. He had no foundation at all. This was too much. Although Damien was not even 7 years old, Batman had already self-taught a lot of knowledge at this age. Damien looked very serious and smart, but he was actually completely illiterate. The knowledgeable Batman could not stand it. He ordered his butler, Fu, to prepare supper. He would not sleep tonight. He had to let this child master the basics first. Thea's request to master the basics of reading and writing, as well as knowing addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. How could the son of the great Bruce Wayne know addition and subtraction within 10? He could not afford to embarrass himself. He rummaged through the cabinets and found a textbook that was similar to a junior high school level. He instructed Damien that he had to understand it tonight, or he could not sleep. Damien also inherited his desire to excel. Without hesitation, he picked up the book and started reading. Thea threw the task of eliminating illiteracy to Batman and returned to Star City alone. After a few days of continuous absorption, the talisman of Isis finally shattered and turned into ashes. However, its destruction was still valuable. Thea had absorbed more than 30 years' worth of pure magic from the talisman. Combined with her original magic, it was less than 50 years' worth of magic. There was still a gap between him and Horus back then, but he more or less had the ability to protect himself. During the weekend, he had another big battle with Diana. Although he was still no match for Diana in terms of overall strength, it was no longer that strenuous. The matter of Central City's cutting-edge laboratory was still in the planning stage. In the original storyline, after Jared awakened, he caused a ruckus in the laboratory and attracted Reverse Lightning's attention. In order to hide Jared's existence, Reverse Lightning parted ways with the military. This event was what Thea was currently looking forward to. She would lure Reverse Lightning away and divert the attention of the laboratory so that she could enter the secret room and obtain the source code of the artificial intelligence. While everything was proceeding in an orderly manner, Sia saw off a so-called famous architect in the reception room. Holding the drawing that the expert had left for her, she rubbed her temples. The land in the metropolis had already been bought. In terms of the design plan, several of his subordinates had unanimously recommended this new designer. It was said that this person had designed many landmark buildings. Does this look funny? Thea looked at the architectural drawing in her hand and was a little speechless. Is this logo encouraging everyone to recharge? The drawing on the drawing was extremely complicated. Thea was not Batman. She did not understand architecture and did not have that much knowledge. However, she could still see the shape of the building. The entire building would form a large Q letter on the ground, representing the surname Quinn. Originally, this was not a big deal. However, there was another building in the metropolis. The building was in the shape of an L, which was the headquarters of Lex Luthor's group. A Q and an L. It was no surprise that this would be the landmark building of the metropolis in the future. Thea did not want the Q to have another surname, Merlin, and the initial letter M. After all, this was not the headquarters of McDonald's. It was not appropriate to have an M. She immediately made the decision and decided on the Q building. Just as Thea finished sorting out the various situations of the group and was preparing to rest for 2 days, trouble came to her. The assistant handed her a phone. "It's the Pentagon." "What's the matter?" The voice on the other end of the phone was Superman's future father-in-law, General Ryan. The old man did not waste time with her and urgently asked her to come to the Department of National Defense. It was definitely not suitable to fly there in the daytime. Fortunately, the military helicopter arrived very quickly. Almost as soon as she put down the phone, they arrived. The few soldiers were really well trained. They did not have any questions about her workplace attire and pulled her directly to the Department of National Defense. The Department of National Defense was now more closely connected with her new group. On average, she had to come several times a month. After showing her consultant's ID, Thea entered the building smoothly. "What's the matter?" Thea entered the conference room and found that the atmosphere was extremely solemn. Almost all the generals she had met were present. Even Amanda Waller of the Heavens Eye Society was in the corner. Amanda's expression was very strange. It was somewhere between a smile and a smile. "Take a look." As she spoke, she turned on the display in the room. The image of the person on the display was extremely blurry. It was most likely that after the scene was destroyed, part of it was restored using high-tech technology. "She's not dead." Thea looked at the dark figure on the screen. She looked like a ghost. Wasn't this the Charmed, that she had frozen a while ago? Without a host, she should have lost her ability to move. We suspect that she and Dr. Joan Munn completed a deep fusion at a special node. In other words, Dr. Joan Munn has betrayed us. Amanda's expression was calm. It was as if she was not talking about her subordinates, but an unrelated passerby. You want me to take her down? Where is she? Now that Thea had enough magic power, she was no longer afraid of the charmed witch. Although it was only a brief glimpse on the screen, she could tell that the fusion between the charmed witch and Joan Munn was forced. The female doctor did not have any magic power at all. It would only greatly reduce her power. Don't worry, there's more. She has an accomplice. Amanda said, and clicked on another video. A handsome young officer appeared in the video. He opened the door of the freezer and released the charmed witch. This person is called Rick Flegg. He can use all modern technology skillfully. He's an elite warrior of the Heavens Eye Society and also Dr. Joan Munn's lover. It's not clear if he loves his lover or is controlled by magic. Watch the next part. This is the real trouble. The young man called Rick Flegg led the charmed witch into the prison of the Heavens Eye Society. They carefully avoided the guards and came to an ordinary prison cell. The charmed witch walked in calmly. In less than 3 minutes, a bald man covered in tattoos walked out with her. Chapter 317. His name is Chatter Santana. His code name is the Vengeful Demon. He used to be a gang member, but he somehow got these tattoos and gained the power to control fire. Amanda was worried that Gu Shijio would not know, so she kept explaining. Thea listened carefully to her explanation, but in her heart, she was full of disdain. What a bunch of amateurs! What power to control fire! That was the fire of hell, an ability that came with the demon's body. This guy was somewhat similar to Marvel's Ghost Rider, but he was weaker than Ghost Rider. After all, he was only possessing an ordinary demon, not to mention a living person like him. Even if that demon jumped out, Sia would be able to take it down with some effort. Chatter Santana, Sia murmured, trying hard not to laugh out loud. This surname is really powerful. Could it be that he can become an Autobot? They released more than 10 criminals from the Sky's Eye Society. These two are the most dangerous. Amanda didn't know what Gu Shijio was thinking. She moved the control panel, and more than 10 pictures appeared on the screen. 2 of them had the biggest heads. The one on the left is Killer Crocodile. You've seen him before. I can only say that he's more ferocious and aggressive than when you captured him. The one on the right is George Diggle Harkness, code name Captain Boomerang. He's good at using all kinds of high-tech boomerangs. He's very powerful and very cunning. Thea looked at her in confusion, waiting for her to continue. Weren't these guys from the Suicide Squad? But now they seem to have turned against Gu Shijio. But what did that have to do with her? She was a consultant, not a fighter. Can you deal with them? Please tell us the truth. Amanda didn't say anything, but General Ryan spoke up. Thea could not help but think. The charm, which was supposed to be the strongest, but she had completely merged with the female professor. So her strength should have dropped a lot. The demon of vengeance, known as Santana, was about as powerful as the charm, who had been weakened by a significant amount. Dealing with these two at the same time would only take a little more effort, even if he had to expose his trump cards. The rest of the ordinary people were no trouble to her, so Thea ignored them. However, being able to do it was one thing, and talking to this group of people was another. Did she have nothing better to do? Was she going to work for them? Pretending to be hesitant, he asked, "What do you need me to do? Why did you call me here in such a hurry?" General Ryan hesitated for a moment before deciding to tell the truth. They kidnapped Mr. Minister and threatened him with his life to kidnap the leader of the Heavens Eye Society, Steve Trevor. Unlucky Steve Trevor. Sia looked at the dark-skinned avatar thoughtfully. No wonder this woman was still smiling even after such a big thing happened. If it weren't for the fact that the situation wasn't right, she would have gathered her subordinates to celebrate. Mr. Minister knows a lot of secrets. If you leak them out, the consequences will be— General Ryan looked a little flustered. This old man was as stubborn as a rock, but in general, he was still very patriotic. Mr. General, forgive me for telling you the truth. The other party is known as the Charm Witch. You should be able to guess a lot from this name. If she wants to, the country's secrets are not guarded against her. Thea explained immediately. Leaking secrets would be troublesome, so she had to make it clear in advance. The Minister of National Defense was an old bureaucrat with a negative willpower. It was impossible to expect him to resist the Charm Witch's magic. General Ryan knew this too. He swallowed his words and said, "We beg you, please save Mr. Minister." Just save him? Thea felt that General Ryan wanted to kill the Minister of National Defense, but it was too shocking. No matter how brave he was, he wouldn't dare to say it out loud. Yes, save him. Save the minister first. Avatar emphasized. It was okay if Thea couldn't save Steve Trevor. Where are they? Did the satellite detect them? Thea asked. Sir, the satellite shows that they are approaching Midway City. They are less than 30 miles away from the city in the northeast corner. A sergeant controlling the satellite didn't see Thea's military rank, but he knew that she was not an ordinary person by looking at her power. He vaguely called her Sir. Wait for me, Thea said to the people in the room. Without waiting for their response, she went outside, avoided the satellite's detection orbit, and directly rose into the air. She used the Eye of Horus to look into the distance. Midway City was also one of the largest cities in the United States in this world. The size of the city was similar to Star City and Central City. In her impression, it was the territory of Eagle Man and Eagle Girl. However, at this time, Thea didn't find any trace of these two silly birds. Was it because the time was not right and they hadn't awakened their memories? Or was it because Horus's death and the timeline was chaotic? Thea didn't know. This city wasn't far from Star City. They had participated in the city's railway project. Thea had also been there several times. She found the right direction and looked in the direction. The Eye of Horus quickly collected a lot of information. Thea filtered it one by one and found the Charm Witches group 3 minutes later. There were quite a lot of them, but not only were there more than 10 criminals, Thea also saw many fully armed soldiers with guns. If she was not wrong, they were Rick Flagg's subordinates. In modern society, loyalty was too low. It was impossible to betray the country directly for the sake of their superior. These people had been brainwashed. More than 30 people were sitting in 2 trucks. Most of them looked forward with blank expressions. The respected minister was tied up like a dumpling and was still in the truck behind. The charm which was focused on reading his memory. As if she sensed Thea's spying, she stopped what she was doing and looked around nervously, but found nothing. Thea waited for the charm which to relax and suddenly made a move. The yellow light ring had given her a lot of knowledge about space. Although it was more on the physical level, it was still very useful. Thea had begun to study teleportation after she had enough magic power. Now, she had made some progress. A light blue portal opened beside the Minister of Defense. Thea reached out a hand from behind the portal and pulled him directly into the portal. The Charm Witch's attainment in spatial magic was not low. However, her strength had been severely damaged after fusing with Joan Munn. After hesitating for a while, she was afraid that there would be an ambush. In the end, she gave up the idea of pursuing. Our minister has been rescued by me. Everyone in the meeting room was dumbfounded when they saw that she had dragged an old white man back in less than 3 minutes. Fortunately, there was no shortage of flatterers in this world. A few of them hurriedly surrounded the Minister of Defense and asked about his well-being. It was very lively and bustling. Chapter 3:18. It took the minister a long time to recover from the shock. Coming through the portal was a terrible feeling, as if a box of sardines had been stuffed into a narrow container. It was cramped, but there was a huge force pushing him from behind. If the minister could be interviewed about his feelings at that time, he would definitely say, "I want to die." Until Sia pulled him into the meeting room, his memory was blank. He had not recovered from the beginning to the end. Now that he saw a few of his former lackeys nagging in his ears, he finally recovered from his dazed state. Looking at the familiar environment in front of him, he almost burst into tears. This old man, have actually come back for no reason. General Ryan pushed a few flatterers to the side. With his status, he was not afraid of the Minister of National Defense. He instructed his subordinates to check if the minister was the real person. A large number of people were busy checking his pupils and blood, and a large number of password inquiries. Amanda pretended to be very serious at this time. She stood straight with a dark face, but in fact, she was laughing in her heart. If those criminals killed Steve Trevor in a rage, it would be a great thing. Although these people ruined her ex-team's plan, compared to Steve's life, it was nothing. There were criminals all over the streets. When the time came, there would be an exchange of benefits and moral ties. They could always use superheroes to capture a few more. However, there was only one Steve. As a national hero and the founder of the Heavenly Eye Society, his personal prestige was unparalleled. After fighting with him for so many years, Amanda knew very well that as long as Steve did not betray the country would not do anything to him. The more she thought about it, the happier she felt. Although she knew that this was not the right place, she could not help but ask Thea softly, "Where is Steve?" "I don't know. I didn't see him." Thea really did not see him. There were only 2 cars, and he was most likely detained in the car in front. She saved him and left. In her mind, she did not even see Steve as a person. Amanda was very satisfied with this answer. She looked down at her feet, afraid that her joy would be seen by Thea or anyone else. A lot of people were asking the Minister of National Defense if he had leaked any secrets. Thea felt that he had leaked a lot, but it was none of her business. She got up and was about to leave. "Miss Quinn, don't go. Please stay a little longer." General Ryan saw that she was about to leave and hurriedly stopped her. "I still have things to do. No matter what it is, we will help you solve it." Thea stared at the old general with a faint smile. At 2:00 in the afternoon, a reporter named Louise Ryan from the Daily Planet wants to interview me. What do you think? Old General Lionheart almost choked on his anger. He was also helpless against his daughter, who was 100 times more courageous. However, he had already said it, whether it was public or private. He was the only one who could do it. "I'll call her and explain." Old General Moo bitterly ran to the side to make a call. In fact, Thea didn't really want to leave either. Regardless of how long it would take, she was the one who saved him. He was such a high-ranking official, so she should at least get some benefits before he could leave. Compared to the Parallax Demons and Ares, the Charm Witches were nothing. Even though General Lane had already walked to the side, Louise Lane's voice could still be heard through the phone. Thea could hear the voice of this famous female reporter from afar. Clark Kent had commented on his wife's article, saying that she had the spirit to compete with a fierce tiger. Reading it made one shudder. According to Thea's understanding, this meant that Louise Lane was a very fierce person. Now, this fierce woman was scolding her own father because General Lane had disrupted her interview steps. General Lane laid out the facts and reason. After a long round of words, He finally put down the phone and nodded at Thea. At this time, a staff member whispered a few words in his ear. General Lane's eyebrows furrowed. After thinking for a while, he asked Thea, "Miss Quinn, the minister's memory after he was kidnapped is blank. Do you have a way to restore it?" "I'm just a little faster. I don't have any profound skills." Thea flatly refused. Mind control and mind reading were the most taboo abilities for politicians. In fact, 2 small spells, mind control and mind backtracking, could solve the problem. However, Thea would never admit that she had this ability. General Lane's expression relaxed slightly, but soon he put on a sorrowful expression. He nodded and went to study the minister's memory. Immediately, Thea settled down in the Ministry of Defense. From time to time, she would call the corporation and read some books. She had to admit that these people had really come up with a solution. They had found or captured 3 master hypnotists, and each of them hypnotized the minister. In the end, the result of the comparison made them very depressed. The minister had said more than half of what he should and shouldn't have said. Except for the nuclear weapons, which were still under the president's control, the rest of the conventional passwords had basically been obtained by the enemy. With the elite soldier Rick Flag leading the way, it wasn't difficult to find a few intercontinental missiles. The people who had been sucking up to the minister were now silent. If only 1/10 of the information leaked by the minister were to be spread to an ordinary person, they would be executed without trial. However, he was now the most powerful person in the room. They were a little hesitant. Should they put him under control first or report to the government first? "I'm automatically suspended. General Lane will handle the follow-up for now." The Minister of Defense had been dealing with politics for half of his life. He knew his situation all too well. Although he was very reluctant to give up his power, he had no choice but to announce his temporary resignation as if his father had died. The people who were qualified to compete for the minister's position all had their own understanding of what he meant by temporary handling. When the time came, the president would still need to decide who to nominate in private. However, this old man's career was over. If there were no major consequences, he might be able to retire peacefully. If the consequences were serious, he might not even be able to see the sun tomorrow. General Lane, who was temporarily handling the follow-up, took over the command without hesitation. He pondered for a few seconds and felt that Thea was still the main force. "Mississippi Lane, is there anything your new corporation needs our help with recently?" Was this the negotiation of conditions? Thea watched as they put on a show of peaceful evolution. The minister that she had saved had abdicated directly. This made her a little depressed. Damn it, she was still inexperienced. She should have negotiated conditions before saving someone. General Lane was now openly negotiating with her. In fact, it was very smart of him to do so. The new minister was still undecided. If the conditions were too high, he might not be able to take over the position. It was useless to just agree to them. If the conditions were too low, Thea would be at a disadvantage. Thea rejected several proposals, one after another. After repeatedly weighing the pros and cons, she finally stated her conditions. The Lane Group is interested in the development of high-tech and new energy sources. We hope to invest in the Red House Laboratory. Chapter 319. The Red House Laboratory. It wasn't just General Ryan who was pondering. A few of the potential successors to the throne lowered their heads in thought. The Red House Laboratory had collected all the extraterrestrial technology that the United States had found from all over the world. Every year, Dr. Sarah Stone would provide them with some results in the field of civilian technology. However, the advanced weapons that they strongly requested had always been delayed. Both the Pentagon and the White House were dissatisfied with this. This time, clearing the Red House laboratory out of Washington was not without warning. Thea had previously investigated the recent situation of the laboratory when it moved to Detroit. It was definitely not good. There was a huge shortage of funds, personnel, and space. Dr. Sarah Stone had been soliciting donations everywhere, but the results were minimal. The doctor had repeatedly hit a wall. He thought that it was a financial problem, but it was actually a very obvious political problem. Thea hoped to use this incident to plant a nail in the laboratory. Thea was also very particular with her choice of words. She said that the laboratory would not be in the lead, which was acceptable to the military. Leon and a few of the most experienced and promising people exchanged glances. This condition was neither too big nor too small, but it was just within the range of what they could accept. The few of them gradually nodded. No matter who the future minister was, this was a collective opinion. The Department of National Defense can accept the Quinn Corporation's intentions. We will definitely defeat all enemies together. General Ryan made the decision on the spot. They agreed to this matter, but the premise was that Thea had to work with them to defeat the enemy. Thea naturally did not object. She put away her notebook and took off her lens. "What do you want me to do?" General Ryan also did not know what to do now. In less than a minute after taking over the position temporarily, he already felt a mountain of pressure on his face. For a moment, he could not think clearly. He could only say vaguely, "We have to stop them. That starting a war." Thea nodded. She knew that he did not have any ideas at all, but she did not say anything. Anyway, she would wait. She was not the one who was anxious. General Ryan was very satisfied with her attitude. He happened to see the black woman, Amanda, and immediately had an idea. "Commander Amanda, regarding the rescue of Steve, we still need the help of the Sky's Eye Society. Does the Sky's Eye Society have any good ideas? We can talk about it." Amanda, who usually traveled all over the world and flew around the world 3 times a day, did not go anywhere today. She had been sitting on the bench in the Department of Defense, waiting for the men's inquiries. She could not wait for Steve to die right now. Right now. Rescue? You're kidding. But she couldn't tell the truth. Besides, she didn't have a solution. Even if she had a solution, she wouldn't say it. Every minute that passed increased the chances of Steve dying. The black-hearted woman pretended to be very helpless and shook her head. Her voice even sounded a little choked. "My thoughts are scattered. I can't do anything." General Lionheart himself was in a mess, so he didn't care about her little thoughts. He nodded and went to discuss with his subordinates. "Where's Batman? Usually he's always there," Sia whispered to Amanda when she saw that no one was around. "I don't know. His phone line has been cut off. We haven't seen him in Gotham for the past 3 days, and we haven't been able to contact him either." Amanda was also a little puzzled at the mention of this. A few of the undercover agents in the Gotham Mafia family had said that no one had seen Batman before. There was something fishy about this whole thing. Thea laughed secretly. Most likely, Batty was in seclusion to teach Damien about culture and knowledge. For the sake of his son's bright future, he had even stopped fighting crime. It was not easy being a parent. She didn't lament for long. General Lionheart came back. "Organize an elite team to attack the enemy and eliminate them all. Can you do it?" Thea thought about it. She shouldn't be too involved in this matter. Who would take responsibility if Steve died? Who would take responsibility if the secret was leaked? She would only be a helper. She definitely wouldn't be leading the team. "I'm only in charge of the 2 supernatural guys. The rest of the ordinary people, and the follow-up will be yours." Lionheart agreed, without hesitation. This was similar to their plan. He looked at Amanda again. "The Sky's Eye Society also needs to help. How many candidates are left in your previous Plan X?" I've agreed to all the plans. Send all of them to plant bombs. This time, it was not a discussion but an order. As a subordinate of the Department of Defense, Amanda had to agree. Her answer was simple. Understood, General. Since she was going to participate in the operation, she couldn't fight monsters in her office attire. Thea chose to transform into the yellow light ring. The yellow light ring did not conflict with magic. With a long cloak, she looked a little like a magician. The few parties moved quickly. Thea only waited for half an hour before she saw her teammates. She had to admit that the world was really small. There were 2 familiar faces, and the other 2 were people from her memory. The most eye-catching one was a tall man. He was 9 meters tall, and his body was as strong as a wall. Even standing there calmly, she could feel his murderous intent. This man was Slade Wilson, codenamed Death Knell, whom Thea had fought on Purgatory Island. He was her brother Oliver's friend and mentor. Seeing him in the Department of Defense with his eyes intact, Thea knew that without Shadow in the middle, his friendship with Oliver had not been broken. The other familiar face looked terrible. It was the clown girl who was captured by Thea in Gotham. She was controlled by the bomb planted in her body. General Lionheart gave her a brief introduction. He pointed to the 2 men on the left and introduced them. These 2 are internationally famous mercenaries. The tall one with 2 knives is Death Knell. The short one with dark skin is Death Knell. Death Knell? Thea looked at the guy who was adjusting his gun. This guy was not a criminal, but a mercenary. It was strange to think about it. The 2 women on the other side. You might have seen the clown girl before. The other one is an agent of the Heaven's Eye Society, codenamed Katana. Sia couldn't help but look at the Yamashiro couple, who were wearing a white mask and a Japanese-style armor. They were also Oliver's good friends. Looking at the date, it should be around the time that her son passed away, and her husband joined the Assassin Alliance. Amanda actually sent her, who had just lost her son, out? How cold-blooded. Shouldn't she at least let her rest for a few days? Child, what do you have to make us wait for you? The first to speak was Death Knell, Slade Wilson. Thea was not wearing her red clothes today, so he did not recognize her. Child my ass. Slade was an intelligent,